Good morning, Judge.
Morning, my
May it
lady.
please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Nelly, sir, can you please call the matter on record?
Morning, Judge. All right, Judge. Today is the 31st of January, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Mrs. Jacobus, you are reminded that you are still under oath. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you, Judge, and yourself.
Okay, thank you. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Who's continuing? Is that Mr. Sibara's team?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Please
Good morning,
continue. Before you continue, I just want to alert all of you that you are aware of the discussions that we had on Friday. Please, let's be mindful that it is in the interest of justice that we complete this matter in a proper way. Let us stick to what is relevant, which can assist this court to arrive at a proper decision. Thank you very much. Continue.
It's a please the court.
By so saying, I mean, let's avoid repetition of the questions that were asked by your colleagues.
It's a please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Jacobus.
Good morning, Counsel.
Are you good this Monday?
Yes, thank you, Counsel, and yourself.
Good. I'm good. I'm going to engage in what I refer to as the discussion between you and myself regarding the inquest before the court. I'm not going to term it cross-examination because we are before this court to assist the court to come to a just conclusion and to assist you to be able to remember and recall what happened between 2015 and 2016 during Life Esidimeni contract termination. Do you get me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, my lady, to interrupt. I just want to ensure, has the witness been warned she's still under oath?
Yes, I've done that.
Thank you, my lady.
Where were you?
Maybe I was attending to something else in that
Okay,
specific
all
moment.
right. Continue, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus,
Yes,
I recall
sir.
that during your evidence, you presented two statements were handed
Does the
in.
witness know who you are representing, Mr. Sibara?
I'll educate the witness in that respect, my lady. Thank
Please
you for reminding me. I am representing Dr. Manamela, the former head of Department of Health, Gauteng Province.
Yes, Counsel.
She was your line manager, if I recall.
Yes,
Uh,
my direct line manager.
Thank you. I was about to remind you that two of your statements are before this court, that is Exhibit H1 and H2, and H3, which is the corrections of H2. Do you recall? Those were three attachments which were, she has just muted, my lady.
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me,
Mrs.
Ms.
Jacobus?
Yes, I can hear you, Counsel.
Thank you. I was saying three statements were handed in, which forms part of your evidence. Do you recall?
Yes.
And in Exhibit H3, paragraph 1, it is recorded that, my lady, it is paragraph 1 to 19 thereof of Exhibit H1. On Exhibit 3, it is recorded that no corrections and or amendments are to be effected to the contents of these paragraphs. Do you recall? This was okay.
Can you refer to the pages, Counsel?
Okay. Your Exhibit 1 it is comprised of 19 paragraphs. That is paragraph 1
Okay.
to 19.
Okay.
So as and when your legal representatives, Advocate Pinar SC, was making corrections, it is recorded on Exhibit 3 that no corrections and or amendments are to be effected to the contents of these paragraphs, meaning Exhibit H1, you agree with the contents thereof.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it's correct.
And when these amendments were made, or before you accepted that the contents of Exhibit 1 were correct, will I be correct that you sat down with my senior Advocate Pinar, went through your first statement, which is Exhibit H1, and you were satisfied with the contents thereof? Is that correct? That is why no corrections were made. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's something that I've noticed. Sometimes when the witness is not answering, it appears, I don't know whether somebody's assisting her there. Please, please don't distract her.
Yeah,
she has to concentrate, please.
Bit of a delay.
Whoever is assisting her, I don't know whether it's with regard to case line, because we have not yet been referred to any pages. Please do not disrupt the witness. Thank you. Continue.
And Exhibit 1, you made it under oath and you are still comfortable. It was signed on the 9th of May, 2019 at Easteras, do you recall?
Yes, sir.
And during your evidence before this court, your evidence straddled around, if we can just put it in compartments, the national policy 2013-2020, the provincial policy 20.
Strategic policy.
That is correct. The national strategic policy on
policy
health.
Framework. Yes, continue.
The policy framework. So, in short, before this court, you discussed about termination of life Esidimeni.
Yes, sir.
That is, it involves the identification of NGOs.
Yes.
It involves the transfers of mental health care users from life Esidimeni to NGOs and
yes, sir.
Other hospitals in the province. Is that correct?
Yes.
And let's go and start with briefly the structure of the department which you fell under during the tenure of Dr. Manamela. Dr. Manamela instructs me that the department was comprised of 5 deputies and she was the director in charge. Do you recall?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And
yes.
Dr. Linkwane, Ms. Sinelo, yourself,
yes,
and the other Ms. Sinelo and Franz Tobani. Do you recall?
Yes.
And you were strictly assigned at the time to deal with NGOs. You recall?
Yes, sir.
And before you joined the provincial department, you were working as a coordinator for the Tshwane district. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then you were replaced by Rochelle Godin when you joined the provincial department.
Corrections, sir, not Rochelle Godin, Mr. Lahau.
Oh, Mr. Lihau, correct.
Yes, he took over from me.
Then he became.
Sorry, before that, Mr. Tobani took over from me. And then he also came over to province, and Mr. Lahau took over from Mr. Tobani.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the corrections. My lady, let's go to the statement of the witness. That will be Exhibit H1.
Can you assist the witness?
My lady, I'm going to refer to page 1504. 1504.
504.
1504. Did you get the page?
Yes, yes, sir.
1504, paragraph 5.
Yes, I'm there.
Ms. Jacobus, I'm advised by Dr. Manamela that the Gauteng Strategic Plan 2014-2020 was signed by Dr. Gottsnell.
Yes,
It was signed by Dr. Gottsnell, by Dr.
Yes.
Manamela, and Dr. Mazamisa on the 5th of August 2014.
Yes, I've seen that afterwards, yes.
You have seen that afterwards.
Yes, sir.
So will I be correct that before termination of Life Esidimeni contract, as it was terminated on the 5th of October 2015, when the termination letter was delivered to Life Esidimeni, what then preceded the other is the strategic plan. The strategic plan was signed on the 5th of October 2014, of August 2014.
Is it the 25th or the 5th?
The 5th of August 2014. The strategic plan for Gauteng province was signed by Dr. Gottsnell on the 5th of August 2014. My lady, this signature is reflected on page 34,800.
Page 3?
34.
Yes.
836.
Yes.
That is the signing off of the provincial document, provincial strategic plan. Now, the question I'm putting to the witness is that Life Esidimeni contract was terminated during October 2015. Official termination letter. As per the evidence which is before this court, it was terminated during October 2015.
Yes.
And my question would then be the statement which I put to the witness. The strategic plan, therefore, came or was signed before the termination.
The provincial strategic plan.
Yes. It was signed on the 5th of August 2014, which was before the termination of Life Esidimeni contract. In October 2015. Is that correct, Ms. Jacobus?
Council, as I've said, I was only aware of the signed contract by Dr. Gosnell afterwards. I think there's about 2 areas in my statement where I've stated that we've asked Dr. Manamela whether the strategic plan was signed off by senior management.
Yes, but the question is...
we didn't really I really didn't follow up that closely.
But if you see the 2 dates...
Only afterwards.
Come again?
The application afterwards, during when the personnel was putting together the documentation for the arbitration process, that I became aware that Dr. Gosnell has signed the strategic plan off.
My lady, can I proceed? I thought the court wanted to assist the witness to clarify because she has not answered the question.
Yes.
If I can just assist, Ms. Jacobus, you can see that the date of the 5th of August 2014 is before October 2015.
Yes, I've seen it. I've said yes.
Yes, we don't want to concern you with regard whether you know about the signature, when was it signed. So
Okay.
the supposition I'm putting to you is that it is then becomes obvious that the strategic plan was before the termination.
Yes.
And will I then be correct that during the strategic plan discussion, as you testified before this court when my senior advocate Pinar was asking questions, is that there was no discussion about termination of life Esidimeni, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were only dealing with the deinstitutionalization as it is codified in the provincial document, is that correct? Provincial policy.
Yes. Yes.
Then none of you within the directorate was aware of any termination of life Esidimeni prior 2014, is that correct?
Yes.
Because
sir.
for obvious reasons, this has never been discussed even during the planning and drafting of the provincial document, that is the strategic plan, is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Then we look at paragraph number 5 of your statement. The statement which I'm referring is H1, which you did not correct, and which the contents you believe they are true and correct. My lady, I'm going to refer the witness on to page 1504, paragraph 5.
Yes, we've already done that.
I'm going to calculate, that is line 1, 2, 3. From line 4 to line 9, if not 10, Dr. Manamela will deny the allegations contained thereof, which I'm going to read.
From line?
From line, 3 to line number 9, 3 to 9, which reads like as follows. Around July to August 2013, Dr. Manamela informed us that Life Esidimeni will probably be closing down. In view of your answers, Ms. Jacobus, that none of you was aware of any termination, how was it possible that Dr. Manamela would inform you in 2013 when you are still busy with the provincial document?
I don't know, maybe the dates is incorrect there. But that date was in our discussions. Maybe the date, I'm having the dates incorrectly.
This is the statement which...
It should be 15. It should be 2015.
This is the statement...
20.
Just a second.
I think the witness is still talking. Can we first hear the witness, Mr. Sibera?
Yes, okay, thank you, Maled.
Let her finish. I mean, she's saying something about, what about the dates? And I hear her mentioning 2015. Yes, ma'am.
I said, lady, maybe I've got my dates wrongly here. It should be 2015 and not 2013. I'm not sure about the dates, but the statement reads correctly. It's just the date that confused me. I can't remember the exact dates, but the statement reads correctly. Because what I remember when I was doing the survey across Gauteng, we were looking at the NGOs, the strengthening of the clinics and the units, and then also in terms of step-down facilities, as I've stated there. So when I went out to formal visits of the hospitals, I was looking at the step-down wards in now specialist hospitals.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
So you are saying it could be probably 2014.
I can't say the exact date, but I remember as I've said, Council, the statement reads correctly. Maybe it's just the date that I'm having not properly, because in July 20 August, I've just started in 2013 at provincial office. So the 2013 date there, it's definitely not right, because I only started afterwards. It was around October when I started with the survey, looking at all the facilities. So it should maybe 2014, that date there, and not 2013.
So on on Exhibit H1, should we then correct 2013?
Yes, sir, because that time I've just started there. Yeah, you can correct that. Put it as 2014 then, please.
Let me assist you. Dr. Manamela informs me that she first sorry, I don't see the witness face.
Yes, but I can see her.
Oh.
Continue.
Dr. Manamela informs me that she first heard about the termination of Life Esidimeni contract during the budget speech of the MEC, of the former MEC, Mr. Dani Mahlangu, on the 19th of June 2015. That was the first time she heard about it.
The 19th of June 2015.
Yes.
I don't know. That I cannot contest right or wrong, but as I'm saying, my date there of 2013, July, August is definitely wrong, because I only started working in the department at that time.
So she further informs me that even your July, August 2014, it's incorrect, because at the time, the directorate was still busy finalizing the Gauteng Provincial Strategic Plan, which was then signed on the 5th of August 2014.
It could be cancelled.
So once again, even the 2014 date, which you have just informed the court now, is likely incorrect, because it doesn't tally with the happening of events.
Yes, it could be cancelled, because remember, we received feedback from meetings from our supervisor.
Yes, just a second, ma'am. There is an objection here. Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to object pertaining to this line of questioning. It goes to credibility of this witness and dates. It's not about causality. I do not see the relevance of these line of questions at this point in time.
Mr. Sibara?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Thank you for my learned colleague's objection. My lady, notwithstanding the fact that it doesn't go to causation, however, this court has been provided with bulk of evidence, bulk of information. The line of questioning is designed to approach the witness with regard to the time frame: 1, inspecting NGOs, auditing NGOs, and licensing of NGOs. If this witness, my lady, if this court was confronted with this statement as it is, when it says that she was informed in 2013, until the date of termination, which would then mean that the department had more than 2 years to prepare itself to license NGOs, to inspect NGOs, and to do audits. And in my view, my lady, the issue of licensing, auditing, and identification of the NGOs is at the heart of this inquest, because mental ill patients passed on at NGOs, and I don't see the basis of my learned colleague's objection on that basis, my lady.
Ms. Marriott?
My
Yes,
lady, then my colleague can indicate to this witness that he does not agree with the statement and provide a reason thereto. He does not need to go through 20 questions to get to that point.
Yes. Mr. Sibara, Can we go to the point? I get you. Can you clear this point and then we pass it, please? Let's not dwell much on it. I mean, your point is made. If you can just move on.
Just a second, my lady. I really appreciate the concerns which were raised on Friday, that we must move at an utmost speed. But however, the basis of cross-examination and the structure thereof is designed to achieve a certain objective.
Okay,
if I can just give an example.
Yes.
If I read Ms. Jacoba's statement, Exhibit H1, it's as good as saying that Dr. Manamela denies with everything from paragraph 1 to 19. She will say this, she will say that. However, there's a structure which I designed to achieve a certain objective with regard to the line of cross-examination. I would have just gone straight to the version that you are wrong on this, you are wrong on this. I don't think that is how and the intention of this court when the concerns were raised. And I don't see anything wrong with that, Malid.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say to you, you shouldn't dwell much on that point. Please indicate to the witness which specifics that Dr. Manamela doesn't agree with, and then we move on. We don't want you to spend too much time on this point.
And that is exactly what I'm doing, Malid.
Can you please do that so that we shouldn't waste
exactly what I'm doing. Thank you, Malid.
And please, when the court is talking, please, you give the court a chance as the court has given you, please.
My sincere apology, my lady.
Can you continue now?
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Please.
We are going to step off the issue of dates. We have corrected paragraph 5. And the evidence is going to be presented by Dr. Manamela that you were aware as far back as June 2015 that Life Esidimeni contract was going to be terminated.
Is it a question, Council?
It's a version from Dr. Manamela that you were aware that Life Esidimeni was going to be terminated way back in June 2015. The contract was going to be terminated.
Do you agree with the statement or not?
Yes, I agree with the statement, but not the exact time frame.
Come again?
We were aware, we've been told that Life Esidimeni is going to be closed, but not the exact time frame when. But we were aware because
do you understand this question? He said you were
aware.
Do you understand this comment that is being put to you?
Yes, my lady.
He's saying is that Dr. Manamela will testify that you were aware of the termination as early as June 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
That is correct, my lady.
It's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And she advised the directorate, including yourself, that as a result of the termination, there will be a need for step-down facilities.
There will be?
A need
for
step-down facilities. Do you concede to that?
No, Council. I've mentioned that to Dr. Manamela when she asked me to look at the wards that she's from the different hospitals that she presented. And I then suggested let's also look at step-down facilities, because if Life is going to close down, we won't have a place where we will interface mental health care users. So it was a sort of suggestion question from my side, and that is when I went out, I looked at those things, and I've discussed it with the managers at the 2 different hospitals.
And is it correct then that the directorate started to look for step-down facilities?
Not look at it. Remember if I may explain, Council, when I was looking at the hospital wards that needs to be revamped or repaired, I also looked at extra wards for the step-down, because what the hospital says, they can open up step-down facility, but not for NGOs, and that is what we were working towards, to repair these wards as to put as a step-down facility. And DDI was looking at that venture, and they've also strategically planned for funds to start with that process.
Thank you.
And at the time, before termination of life Esidimeni, I hold instructions that the number of existing NGOs, as they are captured in paragraph 6 of your statement, is incorrect. Paragraph 6, my lady, is on the same page just below. That is the paragraph which starts before the marathon project. And
That is what I received, sir, from documentation.
And when, thank you, Malaj, my apology. When you refer to those NGOs, which financial year are you referring to in paragraph 6? Let's just be specific in terms of financial
No,
year.
I cannot be specific. I can't remember the document that information was sourced from within our section.
I hold instructions that during the year, financial year 2015-2016, you were sitting with 153 existing NGOs.
153.
153. At that time, Tshwane was having 36 NGOs. City of Johannesburg, 61. West Rand, 11. Ekurhuleni, 22. And Esidimeni, 23. The number of these NGOs, my lady, the court can find them at page 20737.
Page 20.
737. Case line. Unless otherwise the pages have just changed, but the document I printed it's at 20737.
Okay.
And further that these NGOs, all of them, were audited for the year 2015-2016 financial year.
I'm listening, Council.
Do you confirm that?
No, yes, I confirm the amount of NGOs. If you read the statement of this paragraph, sir, it says the amount of life Esidimeni patients within each sub-district. It's not the NGOs, but the amount of patients at that time. If you start from the start of the page, it reads, before the marathon project, there were a lot of NGOs that already had life Esidimeni patients. There were 18 in Esidimeni, 11 in West Rand, 25 in Tshwane, and 17 in Ekurhuleni.
So, meaning the numbers
affected
is the amount of patients. Oh, thank you.
Yes, not the amount of NGOs.
Thank you for that correction, Ms. Jacobus. Then you agree with the statement that all 153 existing NGOs were audited for the financial year 2015-2016?
Yes.
And just educate me further. In the event that this new, old or existing NGO intended to expand, will I be correct that they will have to reapply for their license to be adjusted if they want to add more beds? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Was there a call by the directorate for these 153 NGOs to reapply for those who wants to expand in view of the termination?
No, Council. I said no, Council. There wasn't a call for that.
There was no call for that.
If it's a official call you're talking about.
Yes, by either Dr. Manamela or yourself.
No, sir.
It was never done.
It was informally done, but not formally.
What do you mean about formally?
Informally during our meetings with the different districts and our meetings with the hospitals.
So in short,
a call was put out for NGOs that wants to expand or new ones that wants to open.
And this was done during a meeting where NGOs attended, they were invited to reapply.
Yeah, the coordinators in the NGOs. It was first with the coordinators and then one where the NGOs attended.
So will I be correct then? One of the correct procedures in the expanding of all the NGOs would be first, the NGO reapplies and the coordinators do the interim audit reports and to the stage of licensing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the department was doing it correct by inviting existing NGOs to reapply.
Yes, sir.
And the department was doing it correct in a meeting, sitting with coordinators that advise existing NGO to reapply. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So then the purpose of this cross-examination is designed to look at your evidence that you did everything wrong. There was no, you never followed procedure. Do you recall?
Can you go to that line, sir?
No. Your evidence before this court was that you never followed the correct procedure. When NGOs, old NGOs wanted to expand, we invited to the table. Do you recall?
Yes.
But now, when one listens to your evidence now, you testify that by inviting the NGOs to reapply, those who wanted to expand, I mean existing NGOs, you were doing it correct. Is that correct?
As Council, can I explain?
Yes.
It was done. The call went out informally, as I'm saying. In the correct procedure, they need to apply in writing for the ones that wants to open and the ones that wants to expand. But we didn't follow that process.
If you look
in terms of the written application, but the call went out.
That is confirmed, my lady. I'm forced to jump to page 1505 of the same statement H1. 1505. 1505.
Yes, which paragraph now?
Paragraph 8. There was a meeting called at Stegfontein Hospital in October 2015. That was convened by Dr. Manamela, and we were told to train new NGOs and prepare those that wanted to expand. Do you see that one?
Yes, sir.
Can we discuss this paragraph? So here your line manager called you. When you say we were called, are you referring to coordinators or the deputy directors?
We were called.
But if I may,
there was a meeting. A meeting was called, sir. It is as stated in that paragraph. There was a meeting called at Sterkfontein Hospital in October 2015. That was the day of the meeting at Sterkfontein Hospital.
Yes, Dr. Manamela advised me that it was on the 13th of November 2015.
So maybe with the dates, I don't know, it's semantics. For me, I don't know where you have to go back because I was trying to get hold of the minutes of that meeting and I couldn't get the minutes. But it was, the first one was in Sterkfontein Hospital in 2015, and the second one was in Weskoppies for the northern and eastern side.
Look, Dr. Manamela here advises you that you should train new NGOs and prepare that those ones that wanted to expand.
I'm listening.
Could you see that one? And when
Yes.
she advised you to prepare those that wanted to expand way back in October 2015, what did you understand yourself as a deputy director in charge of NGOs?
If you can just clarify your question more, sir.
Yes, it was your responsibility. You were in charge of NGOs. The statement says that you must prepare the NGOs that wanted to expand, and yourself as the deputy director in charge of NGOs. What did you understand with that statement that we are sitting in 2015, it's still October, prepare NGOs which wanted to expand?
I understand the training. During the course of that day when the meeting was held, Dr. Manamela was chairing the meeting, and it went on. All the people that were supposed to do presentations in that meeting in terms of preparation and training, the sort of just the baseline. It never came to that because then the time was, there wasn't time to do training. So we never execute training on that day in that meeting.
And Ms. Jacobus, why didn't you prepare existing NGOs which wanted to expand when you got the information way back in October 2015? Why didn't you do that and prepare them for expanding properly?
I'm not with you. I don't know what your question is, so why didn't I prepare them for expansion? What is your exact question to me?
Remember, you testified that no proper procedure was followed in terms of transferring licensing of existing NGOs which wanted to expand. Do you recall?
Yes.
But here you are told in October 2015 that prepare NGOs, existing ones, which wants to expand. You are in charge of that section of NGOs. Why didn't you, from onset in October, follow the proper procedure?
Isn't okay? Let's hear you first. But isn't the witness saying that there was no time to do the training?
Yes.
That is what the witness
said. If I can just reiterate again.
Yes.
I've prepared for training. All the role players that I normally use, because I utilize experts in the different sections to present a baseline of training, and thereafter other trainings will follow. But on their day, I was after Dr. Manamela, I've opened the meeting, and then Dr. Manamela took over the meeting, and she continued and explained, and then she elaborated on the closure and all these other things. She continued with the meeting. Hence, I did not do the training, and the people did not present anything. And at the end, I think it was almost at the end when I asked in the training, and then because of the time factor, we didn't conduct the training on that day.
Thank you, my lady. Can I just I'm sorry.
Let me get some clarification. I'm sorry, Mr. Sibai. When you say the people didn't present anything, which people are you referring to here?
The team members, what I normally do in terms of training as a baseline.
Okay.
If one take the tool that we evaluate the patient, the NGOs on. So each member will come, you get the occupational therapist, the social worker, finance,
now
architect, all those people, because at this stage, I couldn't get hold due to short-term time frame. I couldn't get hold of local authority. So I've asked one of the architects to present the CSIR document in a brief, concise form, so that we can just lay down the most specific rules as a baseline, what needs to be prepared and what NGOs needs to look at.
Okay, if you may clarify us, this thing of training new NGOs and also preparing those who want to expand, when you talk about training, does it include those that will be new and those that will be expanding as the old ones?
Yes, yes, my lady. What I normally do is I call a member of the board to also attend. So when they then officially send in their application, that they have knowledge what they want and how they're going to go about things, because that will be in the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zubera. Can we move on?
Yes, please, God. And you had a period of almost 5 months from October 2015 to end of March 2016, the initial date, which was for termination of life Esidimeni contract. Did you prepare existing NGOs which needed to expand? Let's forget about training. Training and expansion, they are two different things. Did you prepare existing NGOs which wanted to expand during this 5-month period?
Yes, sir. We've done informal visits to all the new NGOs that was present at that Sterkfontein meeting, and we've done informal visits to all the NGOs that wants to expand. And it takes some time. We've done visits to all of them in all the districts.
At the time this call was made, why didn't you engage the coordinators to prepare audit reports for existing NGOs in order to accommodate patients from life Esidimeni from October 2015?
No, so you cannot do that. As I'm saying, the NGOs that wants to expand and new ones needs to apply in a written form. And we were still busy with informal visits to conduct visits at all these NGOs. And the coordinators was part of that. They accompanied us to all these NGOs in all the districts.
So when
it was informal, not formal, we just went out on fact finding. Where do they want to extend? Is the place suitable? That type of thing. So it was informal visits still at that stage.
At the time when you were doing informal visits, like you are telling this court that subsequent to this October meeting, you were doing informal visits. Why didn't you do formal visits and do audit reports? Because you had coordinators with you.
Because we were waiting on the formal application, sir. You cannot do a formal meeting where a applicant didn't send in their request. But we went according to the list and we've done informal visits.
Yes.
As the department, you were aware that there's going to be termination. Why didn't you invite existing NGOs, those who want to expand? You are anticipating a volume of patients than to wait for them to apply.
What is your question, sir? Can you just repeat again?
Due to the termination of life Esidimeni, you are anticipating a number of patients from the centers which were original life Esidimeni centers. Why didn't you, as a department, invite existing NGOs, those who wanted to expand, those who are prepared to expand, to show their intentions?
Sir, do I need to call this again? I said we've done that, we've done the visits, and Dr. Manamela is aware because we will report back at our Monday meetings the centers that we visited, the state that was happening, and we were doing, and normally when you do when you do a visit at an NGO, you also tell the person what needs to be in place, what you will do. You do advise them or give some direction what needs to be in place. So that was done. And I cannot do a formal visit. The districts needs to conduct a formal visit. Formal visits were done, but remember, as I've said, according to my recollection, there was no given time frame in terms of when will life Esidimeni close down. So In my perception, it will still, but we've started with the work. It will still come. And all else, Dr. Manamela should have informed me and tell me, do it this way or binary or get the applications in.
Malady, the
But the
witness
work
is breaking.
commenced. Excuse
Yes,
me?
I think I'm struggling also to hear
I
certain
can't hear
things.
you, Ms. Jacobus.
Okay, can I start again?
Yes, yes, yes.
I said the informal, after the Sterkfontein meeting, informal visits were conducted at all these places they've indicated at these these NGOs. And simultaneously, hospital visits were done informally to look at what the state is in, what is required, what needs to be done. So work was carrying on. And the district coordinators was part of these informal visits. And you cannot conduct a formal visit without an application.
Without an application?
An application.
Okay.
If an NGO wants to expand, they need to apply in writing. We are ex-NGO. We have so many users on our premises, but we want to expand with 20 more or 10 more or whatever. Okay. So we didn't receive any formal applications at that stage. And as I'm saying, according to my understanding, there was no given time frame of closure. So according to me, it was still in the pipeline of Life Esidimeni. There was no time frame. Okay. If a time frame was given then at that stage, we would have known what to do. But no time frame was given. We've done a lot of informal visits, a lot of them, because we'll go through and throughout the whole of Gauteng. And as I've also mentioned that time in my statement, it was only after when the just before in December, when Dr. Namela said I should render in a formal report on the status of the NGOs and the hospitals.
Dr. Manamela will testify that other districts except Tshwane, that is City of Joburg, West Rand, Ekurhuleni, and Esidimeni, they started with the process of identifying existing NGOs which needed to expand after the meeting of November 2013. So 2015, my apologies. Of November 2015. Other districts except Tshwane, other district except Tshwane, that would be COJ, West Rand, Ekurhuleni, Esidimeni. Their coordinators started the process of identifying existing NGOs which needed to expand and for their licensing to be adjusted way back in November, after the meeting of November 2015.
Yes, and we've done that. I was with the coordinators of the other districts to all the areas. COJ, I think, only had two places.
Is it correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Is it correct that, just a second, Miss, okay. I don't want you to be confused. The question says, do you agree with the statement that she will testify that other districts except Tshwane had started with the identification of those existing NGOs for expansion immediately after that meeting of October 2015?
Yes, that's correct, but I cannot attest to Tshwane because I cannot recall whether Tshwane is identified already, whether there was names on for Tshwane. As I've said, I don't know when the people know Tshwane. Also, Tshwane was part of it because there were 4 managers in Tshwane that applied to open up new NGOs. But they didn't have space as yet. They did not have space. They were still looking for space.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
You are saying in Tshwane there were 4 managers who had applied, who had applied to extend their NGO.
As mentioned, yes.
Oh, okay. Which ones are those?
It was Lechai,
Okay.
Sitovo,
What?
Sitovo,
Okay.
Anchor, because with Anchor and Precious Angels, or Anchor was before Precious, Anchor was Precious Angels was Makabongwe Center. Because why? I even said to these two managers, because of your existing NGO, you cannot expand. So you have to look at a new place, but you cannot run two NGOs. And those two managers gave their NGOs to somebody else to run, and they had to look for new spaces for them to open their own NGOs again.
Okay.
Hold on.
Mr. Sibara, just give us direction. I don't want to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Continue, please, because we are like now stuck in one place. Just continue.
So the 4 NGOs wanted to expand.
Yes.
And when did they apply? Which year?
Excuse me?
When did they apply?
So as I'm saying, it happened during meeting procedures. They didn't apply formally. No formal request was received from one NGO within the whole of Gauteng. But they all voiced of expansion and opening up during the meeting procedures, and that is where the visits were starting and being conducted. And even before then, my lady, can I just explain? Before these two meetings, there was already meetings conducted in Dr. Manamela's office with various NGOs. It is where the Rabafeni, I've met them in one of the meetings there. A lot of the others, there were even other NGO managers that wanted to open, but during our informal visits to their places, we told them it's going to take a long time for them to open up, and hence they fell off. They were not considered to open up. And some of them opted to take off the close wards, like in the COJ area, in the Kuruleni area. But after the formal visit and costing of these hospitals, what I've done with the hospitals for the NGOs, I've written a letter to Dr. Manamela and Dr. Silvano, which they've signed. I've applied to the hospital CEOs to allow these people to go onto the premises, have a look at the place that they have to rectify. And thereafter, some of them came back and says they won't have all the money or to rectify or to open up at that stage, but they'll reconsider. So all the NGOs were involved, the whole of Gauteng was involved.
My lady, I don't think the witness had responded to the supposition I had put. Because she just gave an elaborative statement. I think that is where we lost a bit of the track. That Dr. Manamela will testify that after the November 2015 meeting, all districts except for Tshwane, I'm going to repeat, Ms. Jacobus.
I've heard you, Council. I've heard.
Yes, they started identifying and did the processes of assisting existing NGOs which wanted to expand way back in 2015. Do you get that supposition?
Yes, Council, I do.
Do you agree with that statement?
No, Council, I don't agree.
And she will further testify that she received audit reports of existing NGOs which wanted to expand in Joburg way back in January 2016 from Miss Jocelyn Otin. Miss Jocelyn.
Miss Jocelyn who?
Jocelyn. Just a second, let me just get the name correctly.
Oh, Joyce Otto.
Yes.
Joyce.
Yes. Do you know Joyce Otto?
Yes.
Yes. She received proper documentation from Joyce Otto of NGOs which wanted to expand and budgets.
I cannot recall that, sir.
You can't recall. Can we pass this, please?
No, I cannot recall that.
The only part which was not done was in Tshwane.
Sir, as I've said, I disagree
She
with that
says she can't
statement.
recall. Can we pass
No,
this?
the Tshwane, I disagree. Tshwane, I disagree.
You disagree
Because
with
we've done informal with a statement that has been given.
Come again?
That's why I didn't. Council says, according to Dr. Manamela, all the districts identified except Tshwane.
Yes.
And I'm saying I'm disagreeing with that statement because there were visits conducted before the formal visit at the hospitals, and visits were conducted in Tshwane for expansion, for those four specifically, and then also new ones. But it was done informally, as I've said, in all areas.
Did I understand your evidence to be that in Tshwane, there were NGOs as you were busy with the informal visits who showed interest, but
Yes,
those
ma'am.
NGOs, some of them, they fell on the way and didn't make formal applications.
And that is in all the areas.
It was that
throughout
your evidence,
Gauteng.
just before you edit, I want to know, is that what you said? So that we
No, I
shouldn't be
didn't.
confused. Yes?
My lady, I said in Tshwane, according to what council says, Tshwane did not prepare. And I say I disagree with that statement.
Yes.
Tshwane also prepared because informal visits were done in Tshwane.
Yes,
That
but
is, I mentioned the expansion of those four managers who already had NGOs, and then a few new ones that wanted to open up.
but the question is, were the new one, old ones, the existing ones who showed an interest and also applied?
Yes, they didn't apply formally in writing, but they applied, yes, we want to open, and we've supported them because they had to look for new NGOs, those four specifically, for
Okay.
new facilities per se.
Thank you. Let's not
new
go back to that
facilities.
evidence. Mr. Sibara, just proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam. During your explanation, you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that you first met Mr. Malebe for Ribafeni in one of the meetings arranged at Dr. Manamela's offices. Did I get
Yes,
you?
I met him today. Yes.
Is that what it was? Was it the first time?
Yes, sir.
So, my lady, I'm going to request this court that it's almost 11:14. I want to start with the issue of Mr. Malebe immediately when we come back because the witness has just raised it. I want to jump to it quickly before I forget. When we come back after tea.
Can we continue rather with it, my lady?
Come again?
Maybe it's not long. Can we continue with that of Mr. Malebe?
Yes, let's just finish that point. So
I'll take you to. I'm going to take the witness, my lady, to Mr. Malebe's statement.
All right.
Thank you.
It's now 14 minutes past 11. Can we take the tea adjournment now and we resume at 11:30? The witnesses want. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
Malebe at Dr. Manamela's office. Which year was that?
I cannot recall the year, but it was during the meetings that was held at the 6th Street. There were several meetings at the 6th, a few, not several, a few at the 6th Street.
Where is this taking us, Mr. Sibera?
My lady, I just want to put on record that I'm very cognizant of the discussions we had on Friday and the agency which this inquest should run.
No. We're not talking about the agency. We are talking about asking relevant questions. So I'm just asking, I just want to know as to where are you going with this witness in respect of that question pertaining to Rebafeni?
With respect, with the greatest of respect, with the greatest of respect, if I were to explain now, I'll be educating the witness to the answer.
Can I first finish?
Yes.
Yes, I was just asking as to where are you going with this question so that we can know.
This question is going to deal with the witness credibility as per the evidence she gave with regard to the first meeting she had, the first time she met Mr. Malebe. And in my view, my lady, I just want to put on record, my lady, if this court would look at Exhibit H1, it's a novel.
Yes.
I can literally call it Dr. Manamela's novel. Everywhere my client is fingered. And this court should as well exercise a bit of patience in my line of cross-examinations because I've taken instructions from my client. I have consulted with my client. And if the court is going to proceed the way things are going now, where I would put a question to the witness, I'll have to first explain to the court the purpose of the question, the direction which the question is going. I think it's quite unfair because I've been sitting before you, my lady, when my learned colleagues were cross-examining. This has never happened to a single counsel. And in my view, it's totally distracting me in the line of cross-examination. And this witness, if I were to educate her at all material times of the direction in which the question is leading, I think it's quite unfair, my lady. I want the record to reflect.
Understand, we gave you ample time to deal with the issue of NGOs.
Yes.
So you have started now. I want clarity to understand as to why this concentration on Rebafeni specifically. So just for the court to know where you are going with this witness. I mean, you can raise whatever issues. At the end of the day, there is no point in you raising this many things which are not going to assist the court. We have all agreed that whatever questions that will be asked will be strictly relevant questions if possible. No one stops you from asking questions to deal with the credibility of the witness. Right? But to come and say things are not fair, they are unfair, and all those, I mean, Mr. Sibera, the court wants to know as to where are you going with this question to the witness. Because you have started in the morning, you have dealt with the issue of identification. So we want to know whether you are still going to dwell on that. Does this question really relate to the issue of identification? Where are you going?
Thank you, my lady, for the court's interposition. My lady, the court will recall that I started asking the questions of Mr. Malebe after the witness had given an elaborative answer. And I've picked up that the witness has raised something which I have taken instructions about. And I had to jump off. I even advised the court that let me go to the issue of Malebe now.
Yes, but now the court only wanted to know why ask this question. Where does it take us in relation to the issues that are before court?
My lady,
that is what the court. Now we're taking a long debate, Mr. Siba.
Thank you, my lady.
Why do we have to do that?
My apology for doing this, but however, I need to explain to the court that if this court had given me a bit of patience, And I want to test this witness.
I'm going to give you that patience, but it will come to a stage where I would feel that I must intervene. I'm not going to allow it because in the morning I left you. Now you have raised this issue. I'm asking you this question. You have not yet answered me. Continue. But there will be a point where I'll come back again to alert you that you have not done anything so far. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. I will appreciate the court to give me direction at any given time. Ms. Jacobus, it is correct that you first met Mr. Malebe at a meeting at Risick Street, Johannesburg. Do you dispute that?
Do I dispute that? No,
Yes.
Because they were present at a meeting in Risick Street.
No.
Malebe.
Listen
she said
to what
no. Can we proceed? She said she doesn't dispute it. Can we proceed? The first answer, she said no. She's not disputing it. Continue.
So your evidence is that it was not the first time for you to meet him at Risick.
No, that was the first time. I've never met him before.
So then the version, my lady, which I'm putting to this witness is that it's incorrect that she first met him at Risick. It's incorrect.
Can you respond to that and let's pass that, please?
If counsel can enlighten me, if he says it's incorrect.
There's a statement in the bundle which this court is going to consider in this inquest of Mr. Malebe, which is located at page 393 of case line.
393.
Yes.
Do you want to take the witness there?
With the leave of the court, my lady, I'll do that. Paragraph.
Page 393.
393, if that is the same page with the copy I've made.
Paragraph?
393, that is where this,
the page is 393, the paragraph?
My lady, the paragraph is the bottom of paragraph 5 of Mr. Malebe's statement.
Continue, Mr. The witness, have you managed to get the page, Mr.?
Yes, I'm there, my lady.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry to the witness and the court, my lady. The page is 393. That is the correct page number. The paragraph is paragraph 4, which starts from page 392, continues to 393. But the bulk of the paragraph where it starts is not relevant to my question. I'm going, my lady, to page 313, which is a continuation of paragraph 4.
You are repeating, Mr. Sibara.
But
on that page, you have directed the court and the witness to the top part of page, paragraph of page of this page 393.
Yes.
So we're hearing to hear where we're waiting to hear where you want to direct the court to.
Line 5 of paragraph 4, starting at page 393. Line 5 to 8.
Can you read the statement?
I went for a meeting and she introduced me to a lady by the name of Hannah Jacobus. Hannah Jacobus explained to me that as an NGO, I will be receiving mental health care users who are high functioning, that only needs home-based. You were introduced to Mr. Malebe by Rochelle Gordon before you could even attend the meeting in Joburg. Do you see that statement of Mr. Malebe?
Yes, I see the statement.
Continue, Mr.
I see the statement, counsel.
There's an objection, my lady, from my colleague.
Yes, Miss. Yeah, I was still at the statement. I didn't recognize you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lady. I do not see the relevance pertaining to this question, as it will not take the matter any further to see how the meeting of these two people will bring about the death of the deceased. I do not see the relevance of this question.
Mr. Sibel?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. This goes to the heart of credibility of this witness. One of the
Yes, but
consideration the court needs to heed a call is contradictions by a witness to material aspects. Remember, my lady, this is the very same NGO which the witness had mentioned to this court that it showed interest of expanding. If I'm not mistaken, sorry, I apologize, I withdraw that one. This is the one of the NGOs which are in Tshwane. And the circumstances of this witness, coming to know this witness, this NGO, they are very relevant to these proceedings. And this NGO, it was given patience. They were transferred to Ribafeni. The knowing of this NGO the first time is very relevant in terms of the timing of licensing of the NGOs, auditing of the NGOs, and the transfers of patients. And my
thank you, Mr. Sibara. Ms. Marriott.
My lady, I still don't see the relevance why a meeting of a person will bring to the finding of the court. I can meet someone, but I cannot recall it. And as far as I know, Mr. Sibara is not the representative. Sorry, can the court hear me now? My lady? My lady, I think it is you that is frozen. Can you hear me now?
Is it from my side?
Yes, my lady, I can see Mr. Sibara as well as the witness.
I don't know whether is that from my side. Well, I'm struggling to hear you, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Sibara, can you hear her?
I can hear her, but my lady, you were frozen at some stage. Miss Marriott, she's correct. You were frozen, yeah, but yeah, you are even frozen now.
Yes. Can the court
but
hear
I
me
can
now?
hear you now.
My lady, you are frozen.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. What I'm saying, my lady, is that whether you are meeting someone will not get the finding of the court. Okay, the judge is leaving.
Yeah, she's going.
Ms. Marriott, you're also breaking at some time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed. Just repeat what you were saying in reply to the objection.
The credibility of this witness pertaining to meetings being held and dates of meetings and persons that she met will not take this matter or the inquest any further pertaining to the finding this court needs to make. And it's my respectful submission, if we have to go through each and every witness's statement pertaining to mistakes that are made, which is not actually relevant to the finding of the court, it's my respectful submission that we're going to waste unnecessary time at this time.
Thank you. It is my view that this question is not taking us anywhere. If it relates to credibility, Mr. Sibara, you have made your point. If we can just move from this line of cross-examination, please.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I'm going to respect the court's ruling. We were busy on your statement before I went to Mr. Malevi's questions, Ms. Jacobus. That is Exhibit H1. In Exhibit H1.
Are we going back to Exhibit H1?
Yes.
Okay.
In Exhibit H1, that is paragraph number 5. It says 1504. 1504.
1504.
Yes. I am going to read it loud to avoid you.
Excuse me, Council, just repeat the page number 1504.
1504.
Are you there, Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Thank you. The paragraph which I'm going to refer to you starts, my lady, we asked her how that is possible as we did not have step-down facilities. We informed
Where
her
is
that
that now? I'm on page 1504, paragraph 5.
5, yes.
It starts with
We also.
we also. So where
Yes.
are you? Which line are you?
I'm on line number
4.
line 4.
We asked. Okay, continue.
Yes. We asked her how that is possible as we did not have step-down facilities. We informed her that according to the strategic plan, there was still a lot of work to be done as new NGOs were not to be open for the following 3 years, but to upscale the existing ones. Can you assist the court here? What do you mean that no NGOs were not going to be open for the following 3 years?
Yes, Council, I can explain that. When I started in July 2013, I was looking at all the NGOs in the other 4 districts, which was not really unknown to me, except for the Johannesburg one that I didn't have a lot of information. And then in terms of opening up, when in our meeting discussion, I said we cannot open up new ones, we need to upscale the existing ones. That is with my relevance. I did not know about closing off Life Esidimeni. It was in June. Then I said, give me 3 years to upscale the old ones so that we can work everything out. And then only we'll start opening up new ones. And that was the 3 years I was referring to.
So the 3 years was going to
general.
start. So it was going to start from the time you joined the department, that is in 2013 up to
Yes,
which?
yes.
So was it up to 2015 or 16? Can you clarify?
So I cannot give you dates. As I'm saying before, this was general discussion when I started off and doing my survey in the other districts. And then Dr. Manamela's asked, can we look at opening up new ones? So I said, there's still be a lot of work to be done with the old ones. There's quite a number of them that we need to strengthen. And then only I can look at opening up new ones. So that was the time frame was relative. So whether it will take 3 years or shorter than that, for me, that was not really in question. But I needed some time to upscale the existing ones.
So it was not part of the provincial strategic plan that no NGOs will be open for the following 3 years? It was not.
Yeah, no, that was while we were, remember the provincial strategic plan and the working in our daily work was going hand in hand, but it was not part. That is why we've worked out the strategic provincial plan according to the time frames given on the document. But the 3 years was to upscale or strengthening the existing ones.
Thank you, Mrs. Jacobs. Please don't repeat what you have said previously. Mr. Sibera?
I hold instructions, Ms. Jacobs, that after the termination letter was sent to Life Esidimeni in October 2015, a project plan, but the directorate was crafted. A project plan document, but the directorate was drafted. And you were part of the drafting of the project plan. Which is in page 20718.
20718.
Do you know about this document?
There's nothing on the screen.
20718.
Just go up, let me see. No, I wasn't part of this project plan. I was part of the strategic plan, drafting of the provincial strategic plan.
According to Dr. Manamela, the project plan was circulated to all the deputies. In fact, to the entire directorate, including hospitals, district and sub-districts, including yourself.
No, I am not aware. I've seen this document only at the later stage, but not at that time.
And
I
you
haven't seen this document before then.
And you as well made contributions when this strategy, when this plan, termination plan was drafted. Is that correct?
And your question, sir?
You made inputs in respect of NGOs, how NGOs, placements at NGOs, how old NGOs are going to be identified for expanding, as well as renovations at existing hospitals, which there are wards not being used.
So this is part of this project plan?
Yes, she made contributions to that effect.
But the evidence is that she was not part of the project plan. That is what she said.
Were the renovations at hospitals, Ms. Jacobus, during termination? At all hospitals?
It has started, as I mentioned earlier on, from the informal visits to these hospitals was during 2015, and then only in late 2015, in December, I've drafted, or the engineers drafted, a formal plan in terms of renovating these hospitals.
But the question is whether there were any renovations. That is the question, yes or no?
Not at all, but it has started at Sterkfontein and Westkoppies.
Okay.
And I hold instructions that CCRC was renovated.
CCRC, sir, wasn't renovated at that time. About, I think, if I recall properly, 4 years ago, there was a problem at CCRC, and I was placed at CCRC by Dr. Rahman, the then DDG, years back, to go and revamp that place and to come up with, and he gave me 3 months, 2 weeks to come up with a plan, and shortly during 2 months after that, service renderers were appointed and the work started then. So CCRC was a long plan, this thing that was still continuing at that stage, because due to finances, they didn't finalize the stuff in due time.
And the plan, it gave you the responsibility. That's my instructions.
The project plan.
The termination plan, Mallet.
Okay.
You were part and parcel of the team of establishing a number of users eligible for normal discharge in each and every Life Esidimeni facility.
I've seen that document afterwards. I wasn't part of that plan.
And
I've seen my name on at several pages on that document.
And further than that, according to Dr. Manamela, you had seen this document, you have read this project, so this plan. And further, you had a task of establishing a number of users' eligibility for discharge due to home in each and every Life Esidimeni facility. Those who were eligible to be discharged home were given that task as well.
So as I've said before, I've seen this document afterwards, and I was not part of the discharging of users to NGOs from Life Esidimeni. Dr. Manamela has divided us into teams to execute certain tasks. And my task was to look at the readiness of NGOs within the province.
Yes,
Dr. Manamela will testify that, sorry, my lady, you were obliged to follow the proper procedures in terms of identifying existing NGOs which needed to expand in order to accommodate life Esidimeni mental health care users.
I'm listening, Council.
Yes, that is the version of Dr. Manamela.
Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Continue.
Dr. Manamela will agree with you that at Sterkfontein meeting, she introduced Mr. Weiner for Love Disciples NGO to you. She will agree. After
Yes,
after Mr. Weiner was introduced to her by the CEO of CCRC, Ms. Nyatlo, she will agree with you in that respect.
Yes, that's correct. I was introduced.
And with regard to the identification of NGOs, you testified that it was your task with Mr. Franz Tobani to identify and to inspect NGOs. Do you recall?
Yes.
And during evidence before this court, when my senior advocate Pinar was asking you questions, you testified that in December 2015, everyone went on leave and you were alone in the department.
Yes. Yes.
You only managed to do hospital visits, but you could not do NGOs because everyone was on leave. Is that correct?
Your statement is incorrect, sir.
Yes, what is correct according to your evidence?
The correct version is I've started with hospital identification and visits, and I've waited for the coordinators to come back from leave in January. And the hospital visit started in December up to almost third week in January, if I'm not wrong, that we then only be completed the hospital visits, myself and the engineers. And there were nobody else, no coordinators, no Mr. Tabani. It was just myself with the engineers.
Was it not because of time constraints that you could not visit NGOs during December 2015, but from January 2016? Was it not?
As I've said before, I've started with the hospitals, and because Dr. Mamela says that I must do hospitals and NGOs. And as I've stated before, with my recollection of NGOs, even if I do it or whoever does it, afterwards it's the district responsibility to monitor and to do follow-ups. So I've worked out my plan in terms of the hospital visits first, and only when I'm done, then I'll start with the NGOs, because I've consulted with the coordinators and I even said to them they should just accompany me because there won't be time to do formal tour visits.
Sorry, it was a very short question. Was it because of time constraints, yes or no, that you did not visit?
Yes, time constraint also, yes.
And as well, the December holidays?
Yes.
Dr. Manamela informs me that the involvement of engineers was at the behest of the former MEC, Ms. Kedani Mahlangu. During in one of the termination meetings, she advised and requested the DDG facilities, Ms. Ramanyimi, to release engineers to assess the stability of old hospitals and NGOs. What's your comment?
My comment is, I'm not aware of that statement and of the MEC's direction within that meeting because I didn't attend that meeting. But from my point of view, I approached the facility planning chief director and I explained to her I need to come up with a report and a costing report for hospitals. And can't she allocate some whom of her engineers are not going on leave and can they assist? So others, I remember then 2 of them even canceled their leave to go on leave at that stage. And that's why they were 3 and they accompanied me. So I went on my own accord. I wasn't aware of the deliberation that took place in the meeting.
Let's go to the NGOs in Tshwane, which received patients from Life Esidimeni. Let's start with Ribafeni. That is for Mr. Malebe. Did you visit this NGO?
Yes, sir. We've done visits at all the NGOs. I visited Rabafeni, the 2 houses at Rabafeni.
Well, do you recall when was that?
It was during our formal visits with the engineers.
But this evidence is on record, Mr. Sibara. I don't want to be, interjecting your cross-examination. She explained that previously, that she was not even aware that there was a 3rd house. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Malady,
okay, just it's fine. Continue, but you must just. I don't want us to be repeating the evidence. I don't know where you are heading with this question. Continue.
Malady, I've divided these NGOs as 4.
Yes. Okay.
Which
with Ribafeni, yes. Unless
I
if
want
you
to deal with them, each and every one of them.
yes.
And if once again, my lady, with due respect, my apology, maybe if I'm interjecting the court, I want to give this witness the opportunity to first answer. Then I'm going to go down to the heart of cross-examination. And this cross-examination, my lady, is informed by consultation which I had with a person of interest before this court, Dr. Manamela.
We know that, Mr. Sibara. I was just telling you that you must be mindful that she has already testified that she has visited this NGO. That evidence is on record. That is why I'm aware that she mentioned the fact that she was not aware of a 3rd house, but it's fine. Continue.
I'm going to take you to the statement of Mr. Malebe, which talks to the circumstances of how his NGO came to the picture.
Okay, continue.
393 is the page.
393.
Yes. According to this statement, you have already responded that it is not correct that you were introduced to Mr. Malebe by Ms. Gordon. Is that correct?
Let's not go there again.
Correction, sir, I can't recall, Mrs. Gordon, but I met Mr. Malebe and them at one of our Johannesburg meetings.
I am going to take you to page 319 as well as I've indicated.
Page
The very
3?
same paragraph, 319, the very same paragraph which I've read.
You want us to go back to 319 now?
393, my apology, 393.
We are on page 393. Which paragraph?
Paragraph 4.
Yes, we're there. I hope the witness is also there.
Yes, I'm there, ma'am.
Again, my ladies, line number 6. Hannah Jacobs explained to me that as an NGO, I will be receiving mental health care patients who are high functioning, that only need home-based care and needed to be reintegrated back to the community. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Did you have this engagement with Mr. Malebe?
Yes, during the visit at the NGO, when Mr. Malebe said to me that they don't have much knowledge about caring for mental health patients, then I made the suggestion and I said to them, they should rather just take high-functioning chronic mental health care patients.
Are you still there, Mr. Sibara?
Yes. According to Mr. Malebe, his mother was concerned about this NGO opening. If you go down to the very same paragraph 4, according to Mr. Malebe, my lady, if you count from the bottom of paragraph 4, line 3, I then called Hannah Jacobs and told her about my mother's concern. She proposed that I attend a meeting at 1 Resik Street, Johannesburg, with my mother, where the matter of Life Esidimeni project will be discussed in detail. Do you see that one?
Yes, I see that.
Did it happen?
Sir, my recollection of the meeting at Resik Street, I met them at Resik Street and there were several NGOs that came to Resik Street from various parts. I can't recall all, I can't remember all.
You can't remember?
The first formal meeting was at the Sterfontein and then Westkoppies venues, where the formal meetings was held with these respective NGOs.
You don't recall the call by Mr. Malebe,
No.
which is reflected in paragraph 4?
No, I can't recall a call that I spoke to him about, because my encounter of the mentioning was at the visit of the house. That was at the first house that we visited down in Church Street near Hartbees. That was the first one. And then we've done the second one. And the third house came only afterwards.
On the same page, paragraph 5, Mr. Malebe further continues your engagement with him. After the November 2015 meeting, after the meeting, that is paragraph 7, after the meeting, I introduced my mother and my father to Hannah Jacobs.
Where are we now?
Paragraph 5, my lady, line 7. Paragraph 5, line 7.
Line 7, okay, continue.
After the meeting, I introduced my mother and my father to Hannah Jacobs. My father in particular did not show any interest, and I was also skeptical about finance.
And was, not I was.
And was also skeptical about the finance issue. There was further telephonic communication between myself and Hannah Jacobs, where at a certain stage, she inquired from me as to whether I do not have any knowledge of any other place that could be utilized to accommodate patients. Can you see that one? Did you hear that part?
Yes, I see that.
Do you recall this engagement?
So as I've said, we've done our visits. The third house came out afterwards. And then Mr. Malebe told me that he has somebody else that he has appointed. And the lady wanted to have her own NGO. So I said to him, because the Rabafeni houses is already being named house 1, 2, and 3 according to the department, they should rather leave it as that, and he can be the overall custodian. And then and that is what I've explained to them in terms of subsidies. The subsidies are per house and not in a global whole. So it can still be divided. Each house will have its own subsidy to utilize.
No.
And according to the statement here, Mr. Lau and Mr. Mohale wasn't part of the visits.
Ms. Jacobus, I have not even touched that aspect, and you have not responded to the question I've asked.
I've responded, sir. I've said to you there now, sir.
The question was, do you recall this conversation with Mr. Malebe? Sorry, my lady, there's an objection.
Miss Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. My objection is the same as before. Whether this witness will remember a meeting between people, it's my respectful submission will not bring this matter further for this court to make a finding pertaining to the cause of death pertaining to the deceased people. And it's my respectful submission to nitpick on credibility for this witness. We will not take this matter any further.
Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. If the court will recall, the issue of identification of NGOs and licensing is at the heart of this inquest. If the court goes to this paragraph which I've read, here is a member of the public being invited by a senior member of the department. Do you know of any house? This witness can respond to that. Is this how things
will the witness remember every detail of what happened?
No, sir.
Because there are a number of, just a second, Mrs. Jacobs, the court is still dealing with the issue. Will the witness remember each and every person that she spoke to? Because you are now asking her specifically with relation to these NGO owners or members.
Thank you, my lady, for that court clarity. My lady, this witness was asked on a number of occasions where there was no name attached to her statement, and she quickly flagged Dr. Manamela. She remembered everywhere in each and every paragraph.
That is something that you can bring in your address at the end. But for now, to test the witness that way, I mean, where is this question taking us?
Thank you so much, my lady.
The evidence of the identification of NGOs is already on record. So we're busy dilly-dallying here. Just move on, Mr. Sibera. We understand and we really respect your consultation with Dr. Manamela. Just stick to the facts. Let us hear what is relevant, please. That relates to why we are sitting in this inquest. Continue. So this question, I'm not going to allow it. Can we at least move away from this line of cross-examination and concentrate, please?
With due respect, my lady, I don't want to interpose or interject the court. I feel like I'm not representing my client fairly. I've been sitting before this court, my lady, since last week Monday, before the engagements of Friday. Colleagues were given a leeway to ask clarification questions.
But we need to check what is relevant. You are given the opportunity now. I even said to you, continue. But where I feel that I pick up that something doesn't go to where we want to go, I mean, we're going to stop you. That's what I said, isn't it? Please continue now. But I'm saying I respect your preparations. Continue. We just hope that you stuck to the relevant things, because just to come and ask a witness about this many things that have long taken place, and then the issue of dates, and even now you are asking a witness about, you expect her to remember each and everything that she discussed with this number of people? Can we move? Can you move on, Mr. Sibera?
Thank you, Malady. You testified that you went and inspect the house at plot number 105, Henneps River in Pretoria. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when did you do that?
Sir, I do not have the dates. During all the informal inspections and the engineers accompanied me, this thing from Dr. Manamela was that I should tell Mr. Frans Tobane and he will inform us. So I did not record anything. I did not write anything down because according to my version was the documentation will be drafted by Dr. Manamela and Mr. Frans Tobane because he had all the information and he was notifying Dr. Manamela.
So you are telling this court that the visit to Henneps River was an informal visit?
No, I said formal visit, sir. All formal visits with the engineers.
So what does it entail? How do you do the inspections? Can you assist us?
We didn't use a formal tool to conduct the visits because a formal tool will then we have to have the whole team, and there were no time to do that a formal visit. And Dr. Manamela's instruction was that she needs a report from the hospitals and NGOs, and that is how I went to the engineers to accompany me so that I can have people to assist me. When I started with the NGO visits, as I've recalled earlier on, I invited all the respective coordinators, NGO coordinators, to accompany me. And they didn't do, I just said accompany me. So myself and engineers were doing the work. And yes, they were also giving their input here and there, but we looked at a formal NGO from front up to back. What is available? Is there how many rooms the architect was measuring? What's the condition of the kitchen? Is there rehabilitation area? So everything was looked at.
Thank you. I think you have to stop because that evidence is on record. Continue, Mr. Sibara.
And was this house licensed?
So the licenses was done after the last visit of the last NGO. All the places that Dr. Manamela said I should draw up licenses for all the places that was so ready. According to the numbers that was given.
And it was approved to receive patients?
Yes, according to the number that was stipulated by the engineer.
My lady, I will go to Shama House.
Yes.
Of Mr. Neil Whistler. Ms. Jacobus, Mr. Neil Whistler is listening to the proceedings. His statement is at page 562 on case line.
Yes.
I will take you to paragraph 3 of that statement. May I proceed, my lady? I'll read it loud to curtail time. During December 2015, Hannah Jacobus from the Gauteng Department of Health visited our center. She then informed us about the notice issued by the Gauteng Department of Health to Life Esidimeni to terminate the contract. The Gauteng Department of Health is intending to transfer mental health care users from Life Esidimeni into the care of NGOs. She instructed the management of our center to assist in accommodating mental health care users from Life Esidimeni. At first, the center management indicated to Hannah Jacobus that the center is not equipped and ready to take more patients. Furthermore, the center was not interested
which is Dr. Manamela's supervisor. And I felt from my side, because I even took her out to two NGOs to explain to her why my concern. And I took for granted that that will be escalated up to further meetings.
I missed a point when you were talking about training of NGOs. Do you know if NGOs, existing NGOs were trained as a result of the meeting of October 2015?
No, sir, no meetings, no training took place for all NGOs.
So you are recording that no training was conducted for existing NGOs?
Yes, from provincial side. Remember, with the project being in place and going on, the district meetings and stuff continued as normal, their work functioning. So, but from provincial side, we were supposed to arrange and conduct a meeting, and that didn't materialize because of time constraint.
I'm advised by Dr. Manamela that trainings for NGOs were provided in preparation. In preparation
Yes,
for determination. In preparation.
Just wait, Mrs. Jacobus, wait for the question, please.
Okay.
Trainings we conducted in preparation for the existing NGOs to receive Life Esidimeni mental health care users.
Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I cannot agree nor disagree. I'm not aware of those trainings for existing NGOs. Maybe it was conducted, as I'm saying, in the district, the normal work of the district coordinators, which is part of their function in terms of training, continued.
Dr. Manamela advises me that this training was conducted by the provincial department.
No, sir, I disagree. There were no training conducted.
She will tell this court that a training was conducted from the week of the 15th of February 2016 at Esidimeni. The week of 15 February 2016, the venue was at Ikwezi Lenkosi Psychiatric Home. There was a training for health caregivers on the 15th of February 2016 at Ikwezi Lokusa. Do you know about that?
Council, I'm going to state again. No training was given by me from provincial office side, but the districts, the district coordinators, they continued with their training. And when provincial office conduct training, we don't go in to individual NGOs. I've divided the whole of the province into two sections, one for the southern side and one for the northern side. And that is how provincial trainings were conducted on the normal circumstances. But from my side, no training was conducted. It was only the district trainings that continued. their normal training schedules, which they include, and I haven't seen those reports, but it continued.
Just hold on. My apology, my lady. It's a very, very thick document which I'm. And further, Dr. Manamela advises me that there was a training for NGOs, existing ones, in preparations for life Esidimeni patients to be transferred to NGOs. The training took place on the 11th of May, 2016 at Tshwane district. And amongst the NGOs which attended this training on the 11th of May 2016, it was Shama House, and Mr. Weselo attended the training with other officials from Shama House. That was on the 11th of May 2016. It was organized by the provincial department.
Can I just ask a question just for clarity, Council?
Yes, you are not supposed to ask a question, but you can ask. Let's hear.
I just want to know, was the training arranged for Shama House on their date?
Let me just, I posted a supposition that on the 11th of May 2016, there was a training at Tshwane district amongst the NGOs which attended the training. Shama House was represented by Mr. Weselo and his other officials.
This training, was it a training of existing NGOs? Yes, that is in that context, Mrs. Jacobus.
Thank you, my lady. Council, as I'm saying again, I did not conduct formal training for these NGOs, number one. Number two, the normal training procedures continued in all districts for NGOs.
So,
maybe they've included the extensions and all that, but it was conducted by the districts, not by provincial office. I did not go for formal trainings.
Further that, Dr. Manamela advises me that on the 13th of May 2016, the Provincial Department of Health, Gauteng, organized a training for mental health NPOs on service level agreement in preparation for the transfers of patients from life Esidimeni.
Which date is that?
13th of May 2016. And one of the NGOs which attended, it was Tuli Home, which was represented by Mr. Tulani Sengwayo. The other one was Tumelo Home, which was represented by Rifilwe Kumalo.
Are you aware of this?
My lady, I cannot say no, it wasn't. Normally, financial training is conducted by the financial section of provincial office. So that should be a question answered by them.
And you testified that no any training was conducted by the Provincial Department of Health. Do you recall?
Not that I can recall of, yes, sir.
This training was conducted by the financial section of the Department of Health to these NGOs. And my instructions are that Tuli Home, during the transfers of patients, received 28 patients. Do you know about that? It's one of the NGOs.
Sir, I don't have knowledge about that, how many patients they received.
And my instructions are further that Tumelo Home, which attended this training received 28 patients during the transfers?
I said, Council, I cannot answer that. I don't know how many patients Tulium received.
Thank you. Further, it is my instructions by Dr. Manamela that on the 17th of May, 2016, Western District attended a training organized by the provincial department. And Dr. Sikukune was part of these proceedings, the director of Museko Home, Ms. Mukocho, as well the director of Museko Home, and Mr. Skosana, the center manager of Museko Home, attended the training. Do you know about that?
Are you aware of this?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay,
And
can we?
Dr. Manamela will testify that this was after the call by her in a meeting which you attended on the 13th of November 2015 that there has to be training of existing NGOs and as well as new NGOs. These trainings which I've put to you were as the culmination of this meeting of November 2015 in order to prepare for the NGOs to receive patients during the transfer.
Ms. Sebos?
You are not aware of this one?
Council, I'm saying again, when I've arranged training for the province, it will be at 2 or 3 venues, but the NGOs will come down in not per district. And as I'm saying, the normal training and everything continued in the districts by the coordinators. So that the districts did continue with training. Yes, that I agree with. In all the districts, as you've mentioned now.
And Dr. Manamela advises me further that the purpose of this training was to properly and procedurally license the NGOs which needed to expand in order to receive mental health care users.
Do you agree?
I have no knowledge of that, Council.
Thank you.
My lady, I'll be going to a different subject. I've just noted that it's 5 minutes to 1. And before I finish this subject I'm busy with, I would love to take instructions from Dr. Manamela, my lady. Is it the best opportune time to take the lunch break?
The witness is warned that you are still under oath. We are going to take a lunch adjournment now. We will resume at 2 o'clock to continue with the cross-examination of Mr. Sibara. The court will take a lunch adjournment now. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Thank you, my lady.
Please, my lady.
Court pleases.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, my lady.
Afternoon, my lady.
Afternoon, my lady.
Where is the witness?
I'm here, my lady.
Okay, just a second for me. I'm just trying to get onto case line. Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Sibara, you may proceed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I'll take you again to exhibit H1, the bottom of paragraph 6, which is on page 1504. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
My lady, if we count from the bottom of paragraph 6,
Yes.
that is going up, it is line 6, which starts with, I have noticed that a lot of information that appeared on the licenses was not the same as what Franz and I gave through to Dr. Manamela's office. Do you get that one?
Yes, sir.
My lady, I'm asking this question in anticipation that Mr. Franz Tobani is likely going to testify. Then that is the reason of this question. When you say a lot of information was not the same, what do you mean?
It's only the total, the bed capacity totals.
Yes, continue.
Was the bed capacity increased or reduced?
Remember, it was only a few of them. It was increased.
And do you recall for which NGOs?
No, sir.
Yes.
And do you know who then increased the bed capacity?
No, sir. I was called by Dr. Manamela to change a few.
Come again?
As I've said I was called by Dr. Manamela to change some licenses. As I've said in previous statement, I've done it twice. By the third time I was supposed to do it, then I said to Dr. Manamela, based on our previous discussion, after the placement of all life users, rectification will be done and some patients will be moved from some NGOs to other NGOs, etc. Then I said, then only I'll revisit all the licenses and correct all.
Yes, continue, Mr. Sir.
And Dr. Manamela will testify that at no stage she had requested you to amend the bed capacity without following the proper procedure.
I cannot attest to that what Dr. Manamela said, but that is my version that I've done it. And I've said to her on the third stage, I'll redo all the licenses when the process is completed.
And with regard to the identification of licensing of NGOs, that would be the expansion of existing NGOs and licensing of the new NGOs. Did Dr. Manamela instruct you not to follow the correct procedure?
She did not instruct me to follow the correct procedure, sir. As I've mentioned earlier on, I've mentioned in one of our meetings the time effect to get everything completed is too little, because in terms of just doing one NGO, you need to have a full team. There won't be enough time to do all the NGOs in the time span that was given to me.
Thank you. I think you did not answer the question properly. Should I repeat it, my lady?
No, sir. Council, what I understand from your question, you asked me whether she instructed me not to do the correct procedure. I said no.
Yes. So the question has been answered. Thank you. There's no need for you to repeat. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. And the instructions which I hold, Ms. Jacobas, is that the transfer of patients started on the 2nd of May 2016 until the 30th of June 2016 from Life Esidimeni. Do you know that?
No, sir. I've said earlier on I don't have any knowledge when it started.
And will I be correct, Ms. Jacobas, that patients died from June after termination of Life Esidimeni? Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I have no knowledge about that, Council, when patients started dying.
I have noticed, Ms. Jacobas, that a number of NGOs which received patients, they were from the Tshwane district. Is that my correct assessment?
I have no idea, Council, because I don't know where patients were placed during the whole process.
Do you have knowledge that Precious Angel received patients?
Precious Angels, yes.
Ribafeni, do you know if they received patients?
Yes, I know that.
Siabading, do you know if they received patients?
I'm not aware of Siabadinga that received patients.
And Anchor, do you know if they received patients?
Yes, Anchor I know of, the second lot of Anchor.
And Shama House, do you know if they received patients?
I've noticed that on a visit that they've received patients.
And finally, Bupilong, do you know if they received patients?
Excuse me, sir?
Bupilong, do you know if they received patients?
Yes, Bopilong, Sirman, and Bopilong, Mamelodi.
And from this statement, it would assume that a number of patients, a number of NGOs in the Tshwane district received patients. Is that correct?
Yes, according to your reading out.
Do you know if other districts, Johannesburg, Western, Esidimeni, and Ekurhuleni, NGOs, existing ones, received patients from Life Esidimeni?
I was only aware of a few, and that was Saint Michel.
Okay.
And the others, I cannot say for certain because I've only seen afterwards that they've received patients. We visited a few NGOs, existing NGOs for expansion in the other districts, yes.
And do you know if patients died at CCRC after the transfer?
I wasn't dealing with CCRC, so only with NGOs.
No. The question is, do you know if any patients died at CCRC after the transfers? It's not whether you were dealing with CCRC or not.
I don't know, so I don't have any knowledge.
And with regard to district coordinators, you testified that in Tshwane it was Mr. Lihau, do you recall?
No, sir, it's incorrect.
Can you assist us? Who was the district coordinator then?
The district general coordinator is Mr. Lau, but the person that I'm working with was Mrs. Rochelle Gordon. She's the NGO manager for NGOs.
And you testified about informal visits and formal visit of NGOs. Do you recall?
Yes, sir.
When you visited NGOs in Tshwane after December 2015, when you did the inspection, were you conducting a formal visit or informal visit?
It was formal visits with the engineers. It was late January we started.
And these NGOs were certified, ready to receive users. Is that your evidence?
Yes, sir.
And here we are talking about engineers who specializes on buildings. Is that correct?
It was different engineers, not just buildings.
Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Jacobus. Can you assist us? Which engineers did you have during these formal visits to existing NGOs?
The other one I can't think and I can't remember, but it was 3 of them. It was the architect, a mechanical engineer, and I can't remember the designation of the other one, Mr. Rapo, but they were all employed at the department.
And before the transfer of patients in 2016, did you use engineers prior to one, considering the adjustment of an existing NGO when they reapply? Did you use the engineers to do inspections?
No, sir.
And did you use the engineers prior to the transfer to do the inspections of new NGOs?
No, sir.
So will I be correct that at this time around, it was unusual circumstances you had to engage engineers? Is that correct?
Yes, it was from my discretion to call their assistants to support me.
And I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that there were stages where even the DDG infrastructure, Ms. Ramanyimi, went down to the ground and do the inspections. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, Council.
Okay. Just a second. But I'm just going through my notes to see. You have already told this court that you don't have any idea how the 3 houses of River Fenny came to the picture. Is that correct?
No, so it's incorrect.
Do you know how the River Fenny house 1 and 2 were identified?
Yes, they were on the list for checking out the engineers was worth at both houses.
So you know how they were identified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to invite you to page 1509 of your Annexure Exhibit H1.
1509.
Page 1509. Are you there?
I'm there, Council.
That is paragraph 17. The
Yes.
last lane on paragraph number 17, it reads as follows. I don't have any knowledge as to who identified Ribafini House 1 and 2. Can you assist the court? What do you mean about that?
I think here was the identification of the houses at first during the submission of paperwork.
Can you clarify that during the submissions of paperwork? What do you mean?
The places that we visited, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Clarify. Because remember, there were houses. We went to Tedderfield, that was the first one. And then we've done Ribafeni House 1 and 2. Those were the 3 houses that was identified first.
You were asked about the deceased by the name of Virginia Macapella. Do you recall?
Excuse me?
You were asked questions about the deceased of a mental health care user by the name of Virginia Macapella. Do you recall?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how did this patient passed on?
No, sir.
Just a second, my lady. I'm just checking if I left something. Thank you, my lady. No further questions to the witness.
Thank you. Who is following now? Is it Ms. Ramamela? Is it you, or did I skip one of you? Yes, Ms. Mahlape?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, are you proceeding?
As far as we're concerned, and after having listened to the cross-examination that has just been concluded, so far we do not have any questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela, do you have questions to this witness?
My lady, as far as the cross-examination has proceeded, we do not have any questions for the witness.
Before I go to Mr. Piner, who did I leave behind?
It's me, my lady.
Yes, I heard you, but I was no longer sure. Mr. Shabangu, do you have questions to this witness?
Yes, my lady, I do have questions.
Continue.
The court, please, my lady, I'm just sorting out my machine here so that I can have an echo. As a court, please, my lady. Can the court hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir.
Goedemiddag, mevrouw Johanna Jacobus.
Yes, Council.
I'm Advocate Shabangu on behalf of Ms. Nyatwa.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you questions in relation to what we have testified and what is on your statement regarding Ms. Nyatwa.
Yes, Council.
I will be dealing with issues as they follow. We'll be dealing with the issue of Zebadinga, the issue of Enka, and so forth, just to put you online, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I want us to start by the issue of Siabadinga. Now, I want us to go to page 28458.
Page
28458.
28458. No, 28458.
Are you there,
Yes.
ma'am? On that page, I want us
Are you there, Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, yes, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marriott. On this page, I want us to
Thank
go.
you, Miss Margaret. I'm already there. Thank you. Yes.
I want us to read from line 13.
Line 13. Yes, Council.
Now, this is the arbitration transcript when you were questioned by Advocate Patrick Mchana. Now, on line 13 is Ms. Anna Jacobus. I will read loud for record purposes. So, send down to NGOs, and then she says we must just go. So when we go to Cullinan and speak to the CEO, she took us to this specific area, to this ward. And then the CEO explained to us that this is the NGO that has been placed here, and Dr. Wanamela knows about it. Now, on this, what I've just read, ma'am, do you still remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you speak to the CEO on the specific day?
I cannot recall. Is that if that is the day that when we visited the first time Siabadinga? I didn't speak to the CEO, but I later on discovered it was the senior matron.
Okay, ma'am. So your answer is that you didn't speak to the CEO.
Yes, I think so. It was the matron.
So, but during the arbitration, you said to the arbitrator on record that you speak to the CEO. Why were you referring to the CEO?
Sir, during the arbitration, I cannot really be answerable and says this one, this and that. But as I'm saying, at the later stage, I discovered that it wasn't the CEO, the person that I spoke to, it was the matron.
But do you know the CEO of Cullinan? Or did you know the CEO of Cullinan, put it that way?
Yes, sir.
So was it a slip of the tongue?
Excuse me?
Was this a slip of the tongue, or just explain? Because here it was on arbitration and oath that you mentioned the CEO. So I just want to find out so that we can move fast. Why did you mention her name? Why did you mention the CEO? Why did you spoke to the matron?
Maybe slip of the tongue instead of matron, I said CEO.
So it was a slip of the tongue.
Yes,
you hear the witness says she only discovered at a later stage that it was not the CEO, it was the matron. Why should we be debating this? I mean, it is there. That is what she's saying. Continue.
As a court, please, my lady. My lady, I'm continuing now. So it was on the same paragraph. I will read further. So I was not aware and I was not involved in the placement of those patients. I have no idea that the date they've been placed there, by whom they've been placed there. Now, on the same paragraph, I want you to read from line 15. It will be now read as, and then the matron. Do you agree with me? As you have just
I
now
don't,
explained.
sir, as I've said, I can't agree with you, but I only discovered later it was not the CEO, and I can't put the whole thing into context at this stage.
Ma'am, you just said the metro. Now I'm referring to this part as the metro.
Yes,
Now,
yes,
listen,
continue, Councillor.
yes. Then you are saying, and then we'll say now is the metron explained to us that this is the NGO that has been placed here and Dr. Manamela knows about it. So what I want to put it to you is that now, do you agree that you said that the metron said that it is that this is the NGO that has been placed here and Dr. Manamela knows about it?
I think so, but I can't recall exactly. But when, and I think I'm not sure whether I discussed it with the CEO, and I've asked her the placement of the patients at Esidimeni, and then she says that Dr. Mamela knows about it.
So that's what I wanted to highlight. Then the whole person who spoke to said Dr. Manamela knows about it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's carry on line on the same paragraph, same page. Let's go back on the same page, reading from line 4. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, do you see that?
Line 4. Just hold, please. On the same page.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll read out where Ms. Hannah Jacobus. Esidimeni did not have a license made out to them. And in terms of operation, I only become known with Esidimeni's presence when Dr. Manamela instructed Mr. Tobani that I should accompany him to Cullinan. Can I explain, Justice, or continue? Can I continue? So then she says, because there are 2 deaths at Cullinan. And then I asked her, but Cullinan is a hospital. It has nothing to do with us. Now, it is on record that Dr. Manamela has sent you to Cullinan, you together with Mr. Toban. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
And it's also on record here that there's already 2 deaths that has occurred. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll come back to that.
Continue.
I'm continuing, ma'am. The cost, please, my lady. I'm just going through my notes so that I can follow the sequence. Now, on the very same paragraph, Ms. Jacobos, Dr. Manamela instructed you and Mr. Tobani to go to Cullinan because there's already 2 there. Did Dr. Manamela inform you that there was an NGO at Cullinan at this stage?
Not that I can recall of. Not really in explicit terms. Because when we went to Cullinan, we went to the Mitra, to the CEO's office first. And there they explained to us it's at the NGO and not at Cullinan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So you were not explained about the NGO. You were just told to go to Cullinan.
Yes, sir.
So you, as a deputy director of mental health care, at this stage, did you know if there was any NGO operating at Cullinan at this stage?
No, Council.
So you did not know?
Yes, Council.
Continue.
As a court, Miss My Lady. Okay. Now, it is on record, ma'am, that at this stage, though I put it to you that Ms. Nyatu will come and testify that there was an NGO operating at Cullinan at this stage. Do you have any comment to that?
Sir, I've said already, Council, I wasn't aware of the NGO on Cullinan premises. The only NGO that I was aware of was Life Disciples that was preparing to open up an NGO.
Okay.
And that was during the meeting of Ed Sterfontein.
So you were not aware that if there is an NGO, or you were aware that there was an NGO that was supposed to?
No,
yes, sir.
Yes, okay, continue. She has already responded.
As a court, this is My Lady. Now, when you arrived at Cullinan, it is on record that you went and to see an NGO.
Yes, Council.
And it's on record that it was Siabadinga, not so?
No, Council. We went to Cullinan to go and investigate the deaths. And as I've stated before, the CEO was not on the premises. She was gone for a meeting, we've been told. The matron was there, and the matron said it's not Cullinan, but it's at the NGO, and she took us to the NGO.
Which was Siabadinga?
Siabadinga.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that was the first time you become aware of the existence of Siabadinga.
Yes, Council.
Now, you went there to investigate the cause of death or to find the report. Can you clarify the inquest? What was the reason for you to go there?
Normally, we investigate what happened. We have a meeting with the manager, and then also to obtain the reports. Because when patients die, the NGO or institution needs to construct reports so that we can take the reports back to central office.
So that was the purpose of the visit?
Yes, the discussion, investigation, and reports.
And it is your testimony further that then now you became surprised that it was Siabadinga?
Yes, sir.
According to you, which NGO was supposed to be at Cullinan?
Life Disciples Council.
Now, these Life Disciples that was supposed to be at Cullinan.
Is it Love Disciples? Love, L-O-V.
Yes, Love Disciples. Yes, I think so.
Not Life, yes. Okay, continue.
No, not Life, it's Love Disciples.
Love Disciples. So they call
yes,
it Disciples.
Council.
Now, my question to you is that now you find Siabadinga instead of Love Disciples. Did you ask the explanation why is now Love Disciples why is it Siabadinga not Life Disciples?
Yes, Council.
What was the explanation?
The explanation from the manager of Siabadinga was that she knows Mr. Wagner. She was working with him, but he is no longer there. She's the one that operates Siabadinga from Cullinan CCRC.
Who is that manager of we are referring to?
Mrs. Noile, if I pronounce it correctly.
Was it the first time you see Miss Noile?
Yes, sir.
On the specific date? That
yes, sir.
When did you see to investigate the 7th day?
Yes.
Okay, let's carry on. Now, after you realize that it is now Siabadinga, did you report back to Dr. Manamela about now at Cullinan it's no longer Life Disciples, it is Siabadinga?
Yes, sir, we've reported to Dr. Manamela.
And what was Dr. Manamela's response?
I cannot remember the detail. Remember, we just reported back, and then because we had to go back, and we said that we have to go back to Esidimeni because when the manager introduced herself, and I asked for certain documentation and when did they start operating, there wasn't full this thing. So she said she'll look for the documentation, and we said we'll come back the following day. When we went back the following day, we could not get any formal documentation of the NGO. And she says she has mentioned that she only has a constitution. So I've asked her then to bring the constitution.
Was that the question? We don't want you to be giving us lots of details because that I don't think that was the question. What is your question and where are we going, Mr.
My lady, the question was, what was Dr. Manamela's response about that now at CSRC is the NGO Esidimeni not live disables?
Yes, where is this question taking us? Because the evidence is on record already.
My lady, this question is so crucial that the witness on stand, she in her examination in chief, she testified that she did not know of Esidimeni. Now, yes. I'm putting this question to the witness, my lady, that Dr. Manamela, who was in charge of the witness, knew about that.
I still can't get you. Yes.
Yes, my lady. So that's why.
How is this as okay? She knew that there was this NGO.
Yes, because my lady, what is printed before this inquest, my lady, is like the NGO Esidimeni. Nobody knew about it.
Yes.
Yes, so that's where now I'm asking this witness who is in charge, who was in charge then for all the NGOs and who was reporting to Dr. Manamela in terms of the NGOs. That's where I'm going, my lady.
What is it behind you? Just we were seeing the bar behind you. What is it? There's a bar behind you. Nobody can anybody assist you just so that we shouldn't see it because it has been. I don't understand. We have been seeing it.
My lady,
I don't think I'm alone here. We're seeing it. You might think that you have hidden it, but we are all seeing it.
That's the code, please, my lady. I will get an assistant that the bar be removed, my lady. That's the code, please, my lady. Can I give an indulgence for but to
continue?
There's a code, please, my lady. Now, Miss Jacobos, when you went to Esidimeni, it's on record that you mentioned that there were 7 dead. Did it worry you that there's 7 dead at a certain NGO that you as an deputy director who's in charge of the NGO you don't know about?
Council, I don't see the relevance me answering that because I was not aware of Esidimeni. I only discovered the day on the visit that there's deaths and we need to go and investigate. And yes, it should be worrying that there's deaths at any place. It is worrying.
Did you investigate the cause of this 7th death that you're talking about?
Yes, I've said, Council, the cause of the deaths and the reports.
Was the cause of the death investigated?
So remember what the first visit. We went to investigate what happened, what was the causes of death. And then Mrs. Noelia answered that she has reported. Then I asked her, where was it reported to? Then she says that she has reported the incident to the CEO of CCRC. Then I asked the reports or evidence that they've compiled. And then she says it's not yet ready, she doesn't have it, but she will construct everything and give it to us. So we said we'll come back the following day.
Did she ever come back?
We went back, ma'am, and we also, my lady, to when that is normal course of me investigating NGOs to see it, because I've asked her quite a number of questions, seeing that we couldn't get any paperwork. And we went to Ekangala area to go and see, because she has mentioned that she has operated a daycare center in Ekangala, and we couldn't find a daycare center. We found a HIV center, which was then applicable to the constitution that was given to me. And then I said to her that day when she gave me the thing, this is more for HIV in NGO and not mental health. And we found the HIV center right at the northern side of Ekangala. And they knew Mrs. Manuelian, and they confirmed that she worked there previously, but she left. I'm
Yes,
done, Council.
you may proceed, Mr. But this report, did you finally get the report?
No, my lady.
And what did you do after not getting the report? Did you do something to ensure that you got the report?
Yes, we've been following it up, and then because that was shortly just before the first patients were placed, that we've picked that up. And then I followed up, but and also Mr. Tobane said it must be sent to the central office. And I cannot confirm whether it was sent in or what was the end result of it, because I haven't seen anything.
Continue.
Now, to follow up on what the court has asked in terms of this report, you did not get the report. Is it correct?
Yes, I haven't seen any reports or received any.
Okay. Now, NGO Siabadinga, did it continue to operate at Cullinan?
Yes, they remain open.
Even after there were 7 deaths?
Yes, sir. That is why I, on a daily basis, went to Cullinan to observe, and I've tried to intervene and to support the NGO, but as I've stated earlier on, my being on the premises and my they see it as interference because of all the questions I'm asking. And I couldn't see the manager a lot. I've only spoken to the supervisors mostly.
What I want to follow, Ms. Jacobos, let's listen to the question so that we can be direct to the point and save the court's time. It is now on record that you have allowed the NGO that you did not know at Cullinan as duty director who's in charge of NGO to continue even after you find out there are 7 dead. Is it so?
Yes, our council, it continued until the day of closure, which I've mentioned earlier.
Did you take any steps trying to stop this NGO to continue, since now we are concerned with this 7 deaths?
Yes, council, as I've said, I visited the NGO several times to gather more information and to try and work with the people to establish what patients they have, the amount of patients, etc., documentation and all that. And when I couldn't get through to any of them, and remember, I can't just go and say close up now. I need to have evidence. And I reported back to Dr. Manamela. I feel worried. I cannot communicate with the NGO. They don't accept me. And then Dr. Manamela set up a meeting.
We have that that evidence on record, Mr. Shalom.
Yes, and then it followed after that.
Okay, ma'am. Let's continue. Now, with Siabadinga, did you have a operating license?
No, sir, they did not.
Do you know how did it become that Siabadinga operate at CCRC?
No, sir, I don't.
Now we have an NGO who doesn't have a license. 7 mental health care users have already died and still is allowed to operate at Cullinan Care Rehabilitation Center. Don't you think that if you and Dr. Manamela, who were now aware of this, should have intervened and stopped this, it should have saved a lot of life of the mental health care users?
Council, I've stated before and I've said, after that first visit, first 3 days, because it took us about 2 days after the first visit to get so that I can gather more information about Siabadinga and the manager. And then after that, I observed the place for almost a whole week on a daily basis, trying to make contact, I've tried my utmost best for everything. And when I did not succeed, I then contacted Dr. Manamela and I said to her what I've tried all and what the situation is, what the communication problems is between myself and Siabadinga, and I feel worried we should intervene as soon as possible. And Dr. Manamela has set up a meeting where Dr. Manamela and all the chief directors with the DDG came to visit and look to inspect the place.
Did you ever recommend to Dr. Manamela that NGO Siabadinga be stopped from taking care of the mental health care users?
Council, I think I've already said that. I intervene. I cannot say stop this because I don't have any paperwork. I've tried my utmost best. After the visits, I went even to the community, to Kangala, to obtain more information.
You have that, ma'am.
When I have the information, yes, I've said that. And then I observed the place for a whole week to determine exactly what is going on so that I can say X, Y, Z, we need to intervene. And that is how it happened, the intervention.
But even that, after all that drama that you have just explained, right? Did
Yes,
the NGO continue to operate?
Yes, then the MEC then also intervened and says and has put up some sort of guidance how they should work, what should happen, and I continue to observe them. And after that intervention of the MEC, I still could not, they didn't want to accept me or accept me readily.
Yes, we understand that, but I'm talking far just beyond that. I'm saying after all that drama and your problems, right? Did the NGO proceed to operate?
No,
even
then
after
Dr.
the intervention?
Came, then it was closed down.
Come again?
It was closed after that.
Okay.
The NGO was closed.
All right.
Now, ma'am, it brings to the question, when was the NGO closed down?
I cannot recall the date. Dr. Manamela and Mr. Vani will have the date, but I can't recall the date because there was then an acting CEO, Mrs. Malaza, informed us that Dr. Manamela will be coming, and then it was closed on that day.
Sorry, Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to interject. The reason why I interject is because of you are giving explanation that was not asked for. So that's why I interject. The question now is
when?
When? And then the answer is that we don't know.
She can't remember.
Exact date.
You can't remember. Okay.
Yes.
Let's give a scenario that was it immediately after this drama that we've just explained to the court, or was it after a long time that now things have happened, more death has occurred?
More deaths, I'm not aware of more deaths, Council, but it happened after the MEC visit. It was a few days when I was placed there. The DDG has placed me there and says I should be on the premises on a daily basis to support the two NGOs, Siabadinga and Anchor. And still with the support, when I see I could not get leeway or cooperation from Siabadinga with my presence. I then reported back to central office, and that is how Dr. Manamela and them came out to close down
It's
the
fine.
center.
We've got those details on record.
Okay. Can you still remember who gave the instruction that that NGO Siabadinga be closed down?
Is it
Dr.
necessary?
Manamela and Mr. Tobane and Mr. Lahau came to the center, and that was at around about 5, 6 o'clock, to inform the center that they should be closed down with immediate effect.
Okay, ma'am. Now let's go to the issue of Anchor House.
Continue.
The Anchor House NGO. It is now on record that initially it was supposed to be housed at Kalafong Hospital. Do you still remember
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, Council.
But it ended up being at CCRC premises. That's on record. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
Council. Yes.
How did it happen that Anchor House finds itself at the premises of CCRC? Can you explain?
Yes, Council. When the Kalafong project was stopped, then Dr. Manamela said I should ask the 4, because remember there were 4 people supposed to be on the Cullinan premises. Then Dr. Manamela says there's 1 ward available at the CCRC. I must find out which one of them would like to take over and operate from CCRC. Then Anchor House manager says, the other says no, it's a bit far for them to travel. Anchor House says she's not that far. She will take over at Cullinan and take a ward there.
So if we understand you correctly, it is your testimony that Dr. Manamela, she's the one who identified the ward at CCRC?
I can't say she identified, but that was the interaction between myself and Dr. Manamela.
So Anchor House to be housed at CCRC.
Yes, Council.
Whose decision was that?
Dr. Manamela has instructed me to speak to the 4 managers and find out which one of them are willing to operate from CCRC. As I've said, the 3 declined because of distance, and then Anchor House manager says it's not for her so far to travel to, so she'll take over at Cullinan's. Then she was placed in that ward there.
How many wards did Anchor House occupy at CCRC?
At first, it was only 1 ward, sir.
Now, do you know that at CCRC, how many wards in total were revamped?
No, I don't know all that detail, how many wards were revamped, but it was quite a number of them. And as I've said, the others were still in operation of revamping when I visited there. And the Ward 14 was the time of the project. Ward 14 was almost in completion. So the wards were still going on, but a number of wards were completed at CCRC.
When Anchor House took a ward at CCRC, it is on record that Siabadinga was also occupying wards at CCRC. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, my question to you is, how many wards did Siabadinga occupy?
During the first visit, Council, I was only aware of the 1 ward where we met Mrs. Novile. And it was during my stay the first week that I become known of the other wards that Siabadinga also operate from. So My recollection was they were occupying 2 wards.
They were occupying 2 wards.
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, the next question is, how many mental health care users did Esidimeni had at the time when Anchor House started to operate at CCRC?
Those 2 wards I'm talking about, Council.
No, I'm talking about the mental health care users. How many mental health care users did they have?
Esidimeni.
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, I don't have that knowledge. As I've said, I couldn't get information out of from Esidimeni. I don't know how many patients they had.
Now, ma'am, I want to refer you to page. As a quote, this is my lady. To page. Check with my note. As a quote, this is my lady. Let's checking through my notes. I want us to go to page 30267.
Yes, Council.
I'm also going to the page. Just bear with the quote. This is my lady. I'm also going to the page. Ma'am, this is page that starts from 30252. Is the report from CCRC. 30252.
Yes.
Do you have that?
Almost there, sir.
So we should go to 30252.
30252, ma'am. I'm introducing the document.
Okay.
As a quote, Miss my lady.
Yes, Council.
Do you have that?
Yes, Council.
Now let's go to page 30267.
Excuse me?
30267. That one I prepared.
30267.
Yes.
30267.
That is the previous page.
Yes, that's the previous page that I want you to look at. My experience with this technology, as a copy, my lady, is so limited. I want to turn the page. If any of my colleagues can help or assist in.
You got, okay. Somebody's trying to assist you. Can
go to view and say rotate left.
Go to
or rotate right.
Right, I'm at view.
You either rotate right or left. Then you see those arrows on your left-hand corner.
Yes, I got it.
Yes, continue.
Now, on that page, I want us to go to line 3.
At which page now?
Council, one of them.
On the same page 3052.
Yes,
No.
Council.
That's the code, please, my lady. I'm wrong. 30267. Paragraph
Yes.
3.
Excuse me, Council. Just repeat again, Council.
30267. Paragraph 3.
Okay.
Mr. Late, is there anybody assisting the witness there?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
I'm there now.
Yes, we are on the page. You may proceed.
That's a court, please, my lady.
So let you go.
Now, on paragraph 3.
Yes, counsel.
I will read it out. When Ms. Zodwa Mpevu returned to CCRC on the 25th January 2017, nurses at CCRC noted that she is coming back with documents
And her ID belt identifies her as Miriam Yende. And she is not, full stop. I don't know where you want to end.
No, as a copy, my lady, due to this rotation, my pages tend to be half.
Okay, can I tell me where do you want to end? Can I read that quickly for you?
Paragraph 3, my lady, will start from...
Should I read the whole paragraph for you?
We start from one of them.
From?
From paragraph 3, it says one of them, Ms. Zodwa Mpevu. My lady was reading paragraph 4.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes.
One of them, Ms. Zodwa Mpevu, came in as Miriam Yende. Ms. Miriam Yende had previously been admitted at CCRC with the group that was first on the 24th May 2016, while Ms. Zodwa Mpevu came initially to CCRC with the group that was first on the 19th of May 2016.
Yes, my lady. Now the line that I want to read, this one, that Anchor NGO kept both males.
Okay, just a second. Should I read? Okay, let me just finish reading. Both of them were discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd June 2016. Anchor NGO kept both males and females in the same ward. Then,
as a court, please, my lady, that's where I want
the
witness to focus in. Are you aware of this, Ms. Jacobus? That
yes,
house kept both male and females in the same ward?
Yes, sir. I've seen that.
Any comment on this? Do you know of this?
Any comment? All that I can comment on was it's the second ward where the males and females were at the back were males and in front were a few females that was placed. And before then, as I've stated earlier on, a bus full of users was sent from Life Esidimeni.
Okay, ma'am.
And that is where it started, where I can recall from.
Let me interject on that one. So were you aware that at Anchor House, both males and females mental health care users?
Can we guard against repeating the same evidence? I think that issue was canvassed by some of your colleagues, unless if I'm wrong. But as far as I can recall, it's not a new issue. We have already evidence on record.
As
that,
a complaint, my lady,
there was a mixture of the mental health care users.
Now, Ms. Jacobus.
Yes, Council.
I want you to comment on this one. If both males and females are kept, if both males, females, and males mental health cases are kept in one ward, is it to the best interest of the mental health care users to be in one ward, both males and females?
Council, as I've stated previously in my evidence, and after the visit, because we picked that up during the visit with the MEC and the DDG, then the situation was rectified.
Do you know how long?
No, Council.
and females were kept in one ward?
No, Council.
The
I
reason
was still there. I thought this was canvassed previously. What are you trying to achieve here?
As a court, please, my lady, what I'm trying to ask this witness is that this has been allowed to continue.
And then,
and this was not to the best interest of the mental health care users. It was not clear when this witness, my lady, was
Ms. Merritt?
Thank you, my lady. There's no indication that the deceased died because they were in rooms with male and female patients. There's no such cause of death. It's my respectful submission that this question or answer will not assist this court to make a finding pertaining to the inquest.
Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, the point I'm going to drive, my lady, with this is the issue of space, that why males and females were not separated, my lady. That's where I'm going with this question.
Did you hear Ms. Merritt's objection?
Yes, I heard very well, my lady.
Okay, Ms. Merritt, can you respond?
My lady, it's my submission that then my colleague needs to go directly to the amount of patients in NGO to state that the relevance pertaining to males and female in one room, it's my respectful submission, will not take the inquest any further.
Thank you. Mr. Shibambo, can you just be specific so that we can understand your question? Because just talking about the mixture of male and females is not taking us anywhere.
As the court pleases, my lady, I'll leave that point further for argument, and I'm still continuing with the issue of anchor, my lady. Now, yes. Ms. Jacobos.
Yes, Council.
At Anchor House, how many mental health care users did Anchor House end up with before it was closed down?
Council, this question was asked previously by one of the other councils, and according to my answer was both wards were supposed to have taken 25 users each, but more users have been placed in both wards. And the manager will be the most significant person to answer how many patients was in those wards.
Okay. So you don't know how many patients did?
No, sir, because I don't follow up how many. All that I've noticed was that more patients have been placed in these wards than was originally supposed to have been placed. Remember with the second ward where the mixture comes in. When the manager was informed patients would be coming, she called me and I notified, I couldn't get a hold. I can't remember whether she told me where the patients would be coming from, Waverley or West Rand. Then I called Dr. Manamela and says, I believe there's a bus, there's patients coming. She must just communicate with the placing team. They must only send 14 patients to Anchor.
Yes, we have that evidence on record. I don't want you to repeat it.
Okay, as the court is my lady. Now, ma'am, Ms. Jacobos, let's carry on. It is your testimony that there was a problem between Anchor House and Siabadinga. Do you remember that?
Yes, Council.
Now, it is not clear to me that what were the problems between Siabadinga and Anchor House at CCRC. Can you elaborate?
I'll try to the best of my knowledge, Council, but the first problem was the using of facilities at CCRC, like the kitchen, the washing room, etc. And then the second problem was when Anchor was given the second ward at CCRC that was occupied by Siabadinga at first.
Let's start with the issue of kitchen. What was the problem with the kitchen?
Siabadinga didn't want them to utilize or share the kitchen, and the MEC has pointed out and discussed during a visit at the meeting and spoke to Siabadinga manager, and that they are all NGOs to be looking after the same people and they should be accommodated to one another.
At this stage, when the issue of kitchen was an issue, was Siabadinga occupying how many wards?
I've said 2 wards, Council.
And Anchor also occupying 2 wards?
No, 1 ward.
One ward.
So there were 4 wards that.
No, Council.
3. 2
3.
and 1.
As a court,
please listen to the evidence, otherwise you're going to confuse the witness.
As a court, my lady.
Yes, don't repeat this evidence. This evidence is already on record. Just, I don't know what is it that you want to clarify. She has clarified to you about the issue of the conflict between Siabadinga and Anchor with in relation to the kitchen and this specific second ward that was initially allocated to Siabadinga. That is your evidence, ne?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, so I don't know what more does he want. Just go straight to the point, Mr.
As a court cases, my lady.
Because you are repeating the same evidence. Now you're confusing the witness.
As a court cases, my lady. Now, Ms. Jacobos, let's look on the issue of licensing of Love Disciples. It is on record that Love Disciples was the NGO initially that was supposed to occupy space at CCRC, correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, it was Siabadinga, we have already alluded to that. What I want to ask the issue of licensing is, with Siabadinga not having a license, and also looking at Anchor House. Did Anchor House have a valid license?
Council, remember Anchor House was supposed to be placed at Kalafong. And then when they were actually moved in and received patients at CCRC, and she had still the same license. And if you've listened previously, I've explained the notion of licenses. I was supposed to rectify all that, but because of time and because of keep on changing licenses, I then suggested to Dr. Manamela, I will only rectify the licenses at the end of the project when all patients have been corrected or replaced or whatever you want to call it. So, but it never came to that.
So it is clear to conclude that Anchor House did not have a license. Do you agree?
They had a license. It was on Kalafong's address.
Not to operate at Siabadinga, at CCRC?
At CCRC, no, they did not.
And we have on evidence that they received patient mental health care users, even though they didn't have a license at CCRC.
Yes, they received patients from CCRC first and then patients from Life.
But they didn't have a license. Now, when Anchor House operated at CCRC, do you know if they had any lease agreement to operate at CCRC?
Your question is not clear, Council. Can you make it more clear for me, please?
Do you know if Anchor House, NGO, did they have a lease agreement to operate at CCRC, which is a government institution?
I'm not aware of that, Council.
As a court, please, my lady, can the court hear me? My system shows I'm offline.
I can hear you. Continue. Continue. We can hear you.
Minister
Yes, I
Jacobos?
can hear, Council. Yes.
Yes. So you don't know if they had a license or not. Now,
Not a
under
license,
the
a contract. You
No,
said
no,
a
no, no. That's not
contractual
what the
agreement.
witness is saying. Just a second, if this can be cleared. I don't want you to be repeating questions, and now that evidence is not going to be the same as the previous evidence. The witness evidence is that Anchor had a license, but that license only authorized it to operate in Kalafong. So she agrees with you that it didn't have a license to operate at Kalinen or at the CCRC. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, my lady. And then Council asked whether they had a contractual agreement.
Well, with
between
the lease agreement, you
NGO
just
and the
said no.
hospital, and I said I'm not aware of it.
Yes, that one, yes. But now I was worried that he was now mixing the evidence in relation to the issue of licenses. Continue.
As a court, please, my lady, I was referring to the issue of lease agreement.
No, but with the lease of agreement, she doesn't know.
Now, Ms. Jacobos, as a court, my lady, I'm just going through my notes. Let's deal with the issue of when Anchor House received the patient from CCRC. Do you remember that?
Yes, Council.
It is on record that some of those patients were coming from Life Esidimeni, then to CCRC. Were you aware of that?
Council, I cannot agree with you. I don't know where the patients were coming from. All the evidence that I have was the patients were coming from CCRC to Anchor House.
On that note, I will refer you to page 360.
360.
360, my lady.
360. Yes, Council.
That is, let me introduce this before the court. This is Rochelle Frank's statement that will find
page 360.
360, my lady, Dorothy Franks.
Yes, but you said okay. Thank you, Miss Marriott. I have the page.
Dorothy Franks, my lady.
Yes. Continue.
Now, on this statement, I want us to go to paragraph 5, line 16 from above.
Yes.
Yes.
I will read.
Continue.
Yes, as a code, please, my lady. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was allocated 1 ward and had to place both male and female patient in that ward. That one we have canvassed it. Now I want us to go back on the very same paragraph.
Hey, Mr. Kent, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm going to indicate the line that I want to read to you as the code, please, my lady. It will be line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Line 10. Which start with on the 23rd.
Yes.
Yes, continue.
On the 23rd June 2016, I received 30 patients from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. One of the patients came as unknown. I was unaware that these patients were part of the patients being transferred from Life Esidimeni. Do you see that, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see that Anchor House received the patients that were originally from Life Esidimeni?
No, it doesn't read to me like that, Council. I read it differently.
Yes, you read it in without context. Just carry on. I think if you go on.
I was initially promised that I would be receiving patients directly from Life Esidimeni and was actually shocked to receive patients from CCRC.
Then
but
continue.
CCRC brought 30 patients and I only had a space to accommodate 25 patients and had to make provisions for extra patients.
Yes, you can leave it there.
Yes. Now, with this paragraph, my understanding is that the patients that Anchor House received on the specific date, they were initially from Life Esidimeni but transferred from CCRC. Do you agree?
I cannot agree with it. I disagree because I don't know where the patients originally came from. Council, I only know they come from CCRC side.
Okay.
Nowhere does the statement indicate that the patients were from Life Esidimeni. They're saying here, the part that you have just read says, I was initially promised that I will be receiving patients directly from Life Esidimeni and was actually shocked to receive patients from CCRC. Then she goes on to say, CCRC brought 30 patients and I only had a space, to accommodate 25 patients.
My lady, as a copy says, I read where I said I was unaware that these patients were part of the patients being transferred from Life Esidimeni.
Okay, but you need to read the statement in context, isn't it?
As the court pleases, my lady. That's the part that I wanted to bring to the attention of the witness.
Yes, but okay.
My lady?
Yes.
Just to make it easier for counsel, can I just put this whole context into perspective? What happened there was the manager was informed that she will be receiving patients. Then I was on the premises on that day. Then she told me. So I said, I'll wait until the patients come and then we will assist them. And it's not Mr. Mohale, it was Mrs. Rochelle Gordon that was with me. When the patients came over from Cullinan, it was adult patients, and hence they were just in discussion between myself and the matron then started. So the matron informed me that they were told just to bring the patients over. So I asked then, could I speak to the CEO? And I said they must just wait before they place the patients in bed. Let me go and see the CEO. Then they said the CEO is not on the premises. Then I asked matron to call the CEO so that she can come back to the hospital. And I've mentioned all this previously. Then
Yes.
she came and we discussed it. And I said to the matron, to the CEO then, Anchor House is supposed to take in smaller children. Can't you take back the adult users and bring smaller users over for her? And then the CEO responded and says, they are preparing to receive patients from Life the following day. So the patients, she has to accept the patients and accommodate the patients.
Okay. So do you know whether they received patients from Life Esidimeni?
The Anchor House at that. No, I don't know whether they received at a later stage, but those were the first patients that was placed at Anchor from CCRC.
Okay.
And according to my evidence, you'll see also back in my evidence, I said the ward can only accommodate 25 patients.
Okay,
and
thank you.
30 patients were sent when I asked them, and I made it clear to them. And then they said, no, they are preparing for the following day's patients from Life.
Mr. Shabangu, where are you going? Yes, please avoid repeating the same evidence that is already on record, please. Unless if you want to bring in something new.
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm just going through my notes, my lady. I want to refer the witness to the witness statement, H1. Specifically to paragraph
H1, that will be, this is on page 150.
1503.
Okay. The paragraph?
Yes, my lady, I'm just checking the paragraph that I want to refer the witness to, specifically to what she has just mentioned now of the patient on the 23rd of June, my lady, 2016. As a court, please, my lady. That will be paragraph 13. That will be paragraph 13 on page 1507.
Continue. Are you there, Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Ms. Jacobus, we are on paragraph 30 now of the statement, H1. I want to read from line 9. We start with the CEO.
Yes.
The CEO came back and I asked her why she had sent patients to Anchor, and she responded by saying she was instructed by Dr. Manamela to send patients to Anchor House. She also indicated that she could not provide the patient's document as it was hospital property. Now, it is my instruction from Ms. Nyatlu that she never communicated with you that she could not provide the patient's document as it was hospital's property. Do you have any comment on that?
Counsel, myself and Mrs. Nyatlu was standing and facing one another when we had this discussion. And remember, this was the first time that I witnessed patients being placed at an NGO. And my recollection of placing patients in another institution, the patient come with the medical record. So I don't know what.
Do you agree with the statement or not?
No, I don't agree because we were discussing it.
Okay. It is also my instructions from Ms. Nyatu that she'll come and testify that indeed she agrees with you that she was instructed by Dr. Manamela to send those patients to Anchor NGO. Any comment on that?
What is your question, sir? Can you just repeat again?
I further said, it is my instructions from Ms. Nyatu that she will come and testify. She agrees with you that she told you that she received the instructions from Dr. Manamela to send the patients to Anchor House. Any comment?
Yes, it is the truth. We've discussed it when we talk to one another. It is like that.
As the court pleases. Now, ma'am, let's go to the issue of the CEO, Ms. Nyatu. Do you know if Ms. Nyatu was suspended at CCRC?
I've heard so, Council. I don't know it, but I've heard.
As the court pleases.
Why that question? Where are we going now with that question? How is it going to help us? Yes.
This question is going to the issue that the CEO, Ms. Nyatu, was removed from CCRC on the 4th of July.
And what was the reason for that?
And that's where I'm coming, my lady.
But how does that assist this court?
My lady, this will assist the court that when Ms. Nyatu was removed from CCRC, the reason for her to be being removed is that she was seen as a stumbling block of the Project Marathon on placing mental health care users. My lady, I want now to venture on the last topic, which will deal with of the disparate hearing of Ms. Anna Jacobs. Ms. Anna Jacobs, were you ever subjected to any disparate hearing regarding your conduct as the Deputy Director of Mental Health Care?
Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to object pertaining to relevance. I do not see the relevance as to how this brought about the death of the deceased in the inquest.
Yes, Mr.
As a court pleases, my lady, the reason why I'm bringing this forward is that Ms. Anna Jacobs was subjected to a disciplinary hearing regarding the whole issue of the mental health care users who died after this was seen in the public. And
but where is it taking us in relation to relevance?
The relevance of that, my lady, is that Ms. Anna Jacobs pleaded guilty to the charges that were brought before.
But the fact that she pleaded guilty, what does it have to do with us? Do we know the charges? Was it necessary? Does that as the charges going to assist us in determining what caused the death of these people?
My lady, I will leave that.
No, I'm still asking you.
Yes, my lady, yes.
Okay, you say you want to leave it for argument.
I'll leave it for argument, my lady.
Thank
as now that I've brought, my lady. The last issue, my lady, that I want to bring forth is now Ms. Hannah Jacobs. After having heard everything that we have testified, and it is clear that the best interest of the mental health care users were not taken care of. Do you agree?
I disagree, Council.
I say so because it is on record that a proper licensing procedure was not followed. It is so that NGOs were not audited. It is so that the Department of Health placed the mental health care users on the NGOs that did not have a proper license. Do you have any comment?
Council, do I have to go back? It was stated in record.
There's no need for you to
all the
give us
evidence.
any
I'm going
details.
to restart all over again.
I don't want you to do that. Do you
Thank
agree
you,
with
my
the statement or you do not agree?
No, I don't agree with the statement.
Okay.
As a court, please, my lady, I have no further questions to this witness.
Thank you. So you are the last one, then I'm going to Mr. Pinar. Oh, Mr. Profi? Yes. Do you have questions to this witness?
I do have a bit of questions for this witness, my lady. Shall I take advantage of these 20 minutes?
Yes, you can.
Afternoon, Monsieur Corpus. I am Advocate Profi. I appear on behalf of the NGO Esidimeni Inquest. And I'll be, the joys of me having going last is that the bulk of your evidence is now on record. So I will do my best to not regurgitate or have to consistently refer you to your statements because it's been done several times by my colleagues. My cross-examination is in 3 parts. The first part relates to Ms. Sinello and my cross-examination of Ms. Sinello. And then when I proceed thereafter, the questions that follow is in respect of information or an understanding in respect of the NGO Esidimeni Inquest. So I'm not concerned or asking questions in relation to any other NGO except your interaction with Esidimeni Inquest.
Yes, sir.
So in Ms. Sinello's cross-examination, I had put certain aspects to her and questions she couldn't answer, she had then said, I should ask you. So just for the purpose of the background, in terms of where my question stemmed from, it was from, I'm closing the gaps from Ms. Sinello's cross-examination in respect of Esidimeni Inquest. So we're going to start with the criteria. She is under the impression and had testified that the criteria of the NGO was given by the people who were identifying the NGOs, which was Hannah and France. That's her statement. Would you agree with her?
Yes, I agree with that.
So in terms of when an NGO tells its criteria, you go in and understand the criteria of each NGO.
Yes, but in terms of what the preference criteria is for that NGO.
And you agree with me that Esidimeni Inquest's preference criteria was females, chronic, I just want to get the terminology correct, chronic psychiatric disability. You'd agree with me?
Chronic disability refers to intellectual disability. And I was aware that they would take in chronic mental health disability. So there's 2. Which one are you referring to, sir?
I would like the clarity and as well as Esidimeni Inquest in respect of the licenses, but I agree with you that this differentiation needs to be highlighted for both.
If she can explain that for the benefit of the others and the court.
My lady, I am getting to that point. What I want to ask the court is if I can pause it on this point because there is an aspect that deals with, I can take the court to the pages and it can be explained in much detail further on in my cross-examination. For now, it's just covering the aspects relating to Ms. Sanello.
Okay.
Ms. Sanello says that she recommended, so before I state this question, I want to create the background so that you understand what she was answering. So Obuhlebe Nkosi had received, so in terms of this criteria, she wanted females, chronic mental disabilities, and not over the age of 60. That was her criteria.
Yes.
She had then received users she received male users who were both mentally and physically ill, chronic illnesses, and over the age of 60. So almost none of her preferred criteria was matched in terms of the users that arrived and what she was ready and prepared for. So in the context of these elderly users who are now at the NGO that was not ready for these elderly users, she had then recommended she had recommended that the license be amended to include the elderly because the tariff was different for the elderly and would financially assist the suffering NGO. Would you agree with her?
I cannot agree because I haven't seen the request, Council. And as I've stated, I'm going to go back to what happened to the licensing of NGOs and changes thereof. Should I repeat all that again, my lady?
No. I don't want you to
Thank
be
you.
repetitive.
Okay.
The only aspect I wish to put to you is that she then says that in your Monday meetings, the person responsible for licensing, that person is Hannah, is the person that she recommended the license amendment to.
Yes.
So
I am the responsible person.
But in this Monday meeting, did she make the recommendation to you to amend the NGO's license to include the elderly?
So, as I've stated previously, again also, in terms when the movement started, just before the movement, or was it during the movement? My thing is now with dates. And then I was, the placements were done, the NGO identification were done. And then 2 weeks after that, when I reported that there's some NGOs that does not have enough, all the requirements, then Dr. Manamela said to me, I should not come back to the office, go and look for beds, and that is what I've done. I haven't been back to the office until then. And I've mentioned I went in twice to amend licenses. On the third time, I said to Dr. Manamela, I'm not going to come in again. Let's wait until the whole process finishes, and then I'll relook at all the NGOs and adapt. Because remember, some patients, some users were placed wrongly, others was a mixture. So there was a lot of things. And when I discussed that, even overcrowding, when I discussed it with Dr. Manamela, she said to me, we'll sort it out. Let's just, after the placement, we will sort out. And hence my referral.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I don't want us to do this moving forward. The question is, Ms. Sanello says she made a recommendation to you to amend Obuhlebe Nkosi's license to include the elderly.
I cannot recall that she has mentioned that in a meeting. And what meeting and what date there was.
Thank you. Continue.
And then in terms of the elderly receiving the higher tariff, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Ms. Sanello says the training was promised to the new NGOs, but this never happened. You would agree with Ms. Sanello?
Yes, I agree. Never training wasn't given to one NGO, even existing ones, as discussed earlier.
Not even one, correct?
Yes, no training was given.
So when I asked whose responsibility it was for the training of the NGOs, she replied that the person responsible for training the NGOs was Hannah. Is that correct?
Yes, it's me, yes.
Okay. So if you need me to, I'm referring now to your statement in which you said that no training was provided because in October 2015, Dr. Manamela took over a meeting and therefore no training took place, correct?
Yes, it was supposed to be the baseline training to inform all NGOs about status.
We would both agree that the training is an important aspect.
Yes, it wasn't affected, yes.
No, it's an important aspect in the running of an NGO.
Yes, sir.
The NGOs needed the training. Did you
Yes.
reconvene another meeting for this training since Dr. Manamela took over that meeting?
So there wasn't time from that time up to the end of placement. There wasn't time to do any training. However, a formal training for 3 days each for the southern side and the northern side was given early in July by myself and the team that I normally set up to give training.
So you did that when?
In July 2016,
20?
after the placement, 16.
Do you recall if any representative of Ubushlebe Inkosi was present at this training?
So those trainings are normally big. What I do is the NGOs and an assistant and the 2 board members attend. So 4 people from each NGO. So normally it's very full. And I don't.
So
they
you don't
fill in
recall?
registers. I can't recall whether they were there or not.
Okay, thank you.
And there's proof of evidence for their training.
Thank you.
So you had, in your statement, you referred to a training document that you prepared for this meeting, but because there was no training, the document couldn't be used.
No, the document training wasn't given, Council.
Yes, but you said in respect of, there was a training document which you prepared for the meeting.
Council, my exact words was, I've arranged training. I don't do the training alone. I involve the whole team that needs to conduct training.
Okay, I think it was.
So, but training wasn't done. Training wasn't done. So no training was given to the NGOs on that day in Sterfontein.
That's not my question, but I think it will assist if I take you to the relevant page, being page 1505. Paragraph 8. It's quite an extensive paragraph. I just need you to read the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of it. Just let me know once you've read those lines.
Yes.
You've read it?
Yes, sir.
So I had prepared a training document is where the question stems from. That training document, what did it consist of?
So it's quite lengthy. It consists all the different parts from, I normally do the administrative side. The social worker will do the social work side in terms of all different social categories of users in the NGOs. Then it's the OT. Then it's the architect. Then I've included the architect in that training. And then it's the local authority person. So it's comprised of different people. And that was, it's an agenda with all the different people that will be doing training, finance, etc.
So since training did not happen for Ubushlebe Inkosi, how was the NGO meant to know everything that was in that document?
Council, I cannot answer you that. The training was supposed to take place, but due to circumstances, the training didn't happen, not for one NGO. And when we visited the NGOs informally, and that is why the time when I was discussing what needs to be in place, how, but not in detail, just brief information for the NGO based on their requirements. So I was looking at the sizes, the ages up to 60 and ambulant female patients. But no formal training was given.
So you'd agree with me that the consequence of no training taking place is that moving forward, the NGOs would operate from a premise of not knowing architecture, finance, all those things that you had mentioned, they wouldn't know of it.
I don't agree with you, sir. I've just said, I've mentioned during the informal, remember we've done informal visits previously before the formal ones. And during the informal ones, when we looked at these places, I was giving a summary what needs to be in place so that the NGO manager has an indication. And the manager that I spoke to, I think it was a male person that I normally find, and he was the manager.
Thank you.
But the formal training didn't take place. But informally, just brief, very brief information was given over to all the NGOs as we moved on.
So whose responsibility is it that this formal training did not take place?
Council, I'm not sure about your question because I've just mentioned to you what happened and what is, and you asked me the same question again. The training was prepared, and because of circumstances of that meeting on that day, I could not start with the training. Not me and the team couldn't provide the training.
Because Dr. Manamela interrupted the meeting?
No, she was part of the meeting. She didn't interrupt the meeting. She was part of the meeting.
That's fine. Then Ms. Sinello's evidence in terms of NGO support. She says that the person responsible to support Ubuslebu Inkosi from the period July to September was allocated to you, that you were responsible to support the NGO from July to September. Do you agree with her?
No, I disagree with her.
I
disagree.
All right. I just want to find out before you proceed. We're talking about which Miss Sinello because we have got two. Sophie Sinello has already testified. And then which one are we talking about? Is it Sophie Sinello or the other Miss Sinello?
It's Sophie Sinello, the witness that testified prior to this witness.
Oh, so you are referring to her evidence?
Yes, I'm referring to her evidence. My cross-examination of her when I asked her these questions.
I just wanted to be sure. I hear the evidence, but I know that we've got the two Mrs. Sinellos.
It's the witness prior. My questions emanate from my cross-examination of her. The aspects where she had said, I don't know, ask her.
Oh, yes, okay, all right.
In the interest of time, I'm hoping we can canvass this aspect if the issue arises. Can you turn to page 34904? It is an annexure to Ms. Sinello's statement, which referred to the links between. Thank you so much, Ms. Mary.
Yes.
The linking an NGO to a clinic. In the interest of time, I will put what the outcome of her cross-examination was, and then you're welcome to comment. And then if you disagree, we will then go through the document. In terms of this document, I went through it with her, and the conclusion was that Ubuslebu Inkosi did not reflect on this document. The impact of that means that Ubuslebu Inkosi was not linked to a clinic, which is why they ran out of medication, and the NGO had the issue of a lack of medication because they were not linked to a clinic. Ms. Sinello's evidence is that because you were responsible to support Ubuslebu Inkosi from July to September, as stated in my previous question, that it was your responsibility to ensure that she was linked to a clinic. That is why she cannot say why Ubuslebu Inkosi is not linked to a clinic, as that document reflects. I should ask you why it was not linked during your time of supporting the NGO.
Council, as you can see, the author of this document is the Tshwane district, and they've compiled and put all the NGOs on that list. And in terms of supporting NGOs, I wasn't assigned to Ubuslebu because we were also divided into different NGOs. And
so
Ubuslebu wasn't mine. I was
just a second, Mrs. Jacobos. By so saying, are you disagreeing that this was your responsibility as Ms. Sinello has already testified?
Yes,
so you say you are disagreeing?
Yes.
So if Ms. Sinello says...
And this was not your responsibility, that is what you're saying?
Yes, my lady.
Then whose
Must
responsibility?
listen to the question. We don't need any more details. I think you have long been in the stand. Yes. We
I would
don't
have
want
loved
to,
to have gotten
be
her.
keeping you for the whole month, ne?
Absolutely, my lady.
Yes.
If Ms. Anello says that you were responsible to ensure that the NGO was linked to a clinic, you say it wasn't your responsibility, then on your version, who is responsible to ensure that the NGO was linked to a clinic?
Council, if I can just mention again, I don't know what the date was of this document, but from after the placement of the users, we've been divided into different areas to look after NGOs. Yes, it's part of my responsibility, but under normal circumstances, all the different districts' paperwork will come to me. Then I go through it and see if everything is in order, all the names are on, etc. But during this course time of the project, the districts also took charge to have all this in place. And that is why the district is a district responsibility. They see that all the names and NGOs are linked. But the documentation, the final ones, will be sent up to me. I will go through and just analyze if everything is in place. But that didn't happen. I did not receive any document at central office, as I've said.
So when you didn't receive any documentation to link or confirm Obuhlebe Nkosi, you didn't do anything about it?
So I wasn't aware. It was not in my knowledge.
But
I wasn't aware of that. And nobody informed me about it. If the manager of Ubukle has informed me, I would have seen that it's being rectified, but I wasn't aware.
Just before you conclude this one, I'm not sure whether I understood your evidence, Mrs. Jacobus. Initially, you said this was not your responsibility, but now you said, yes, it was part of my responsibility. If you can explain, I don't understand.
My lady, I said in normal circumstances, if everything happens normally, the districts will construct the document, finalize it, and send up to me. I will then just analyze and see if everything is on and everybody or everything is covered. And then I will send it down to the district again. But during the project, I did not receive one document from one district. So I wasn't aware, number one, that they're not on. Number two, nobody informed me that they're not on. If I was found, because many NGOs has called me, I was up and down in Pretoria, in Pretoria, will tell me that X, Y, Z is happening. And number three, Dr. Manamela has divided us up to look after certain NGOs. And Ubukle wasn't one of my areas to look after. I had 4 other different NGOs.
So just to conclude that part of your evidence in relation to this aspect, was Mrs. Sinelo correct to say that you are the person who should be asked in relation to why specifically this NGO was not linked or was not included in that link?
As I'm saying, my lady, in normal circumstances, yes.
Okay,
I
let's
was
leave
the
it
one
there. You have explained. Thank
with
you.
the project. I didn't see anything,
Okay.
nor was I contacted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue. It's 4 minutes past 4. I don't know. You still have questions?
Quite a bit, my lady. I don't know if...
Are you the last and then we're going to have Mr. Pina?
That's correct, my lady. So I don't know if the court would be inclined to let me finish. Okay, so Mr. Pina can start in the morning, or if I should...
My question is, you say how many, you still have a lot of questions.
Depending on...
If you want to finish, will you finish today? But if it only depends on the number of questions, I don't want to be keeping people here.
It depends on the time that my lady would want me to wrap up.
No, I don't, because we're already, it's already 4:05. That's why I'm trying to find out from you as to whether you still have more questions.
I do have more questions, my lady.
Okay. If I may find out evidence leaders after this witness, who is going to follow? Miss Marriott and Mr. Lee.
Lenkwane is the next witness.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, my lady. Thank
Yes. Who's going to follow as the witness after this one?
you. Dr. Lenkwane, my lady.
Oh, okay. I saw there was a hand from Mr. Pitlela.
Did so, my lady.
Oh, you're also going to
said
ask questions.
we are moving to. Yes, we do have a few questions that.
Oh,
we
you
need
just
answers
wanted
for.
to remind me that after this, after Mr. Profi, you will follow.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We are in the
Thank
picture,
you.
my lady.
I think due to time constraints, we'll have to leave it here, up to here. The witness is warned. We will proceed tomorrow with a cross-examination by Mr. Profi, and Mr. Pitlela will then continue after that from there, and then Mr. Pina. Thank you very much.
As a court,
Please, my lady.
My lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank
Court
you.
pleases.
As your ladyship pleases.